Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, dear devotees, Hare Bol. You can hear me, all of you? Is it audible? All good? Okay. Please, if you can show yourselves, this will be wonderful. We are putting the link now on our Facebook page. It's live. We are live on YouTube. And I'll just put the link on Facebook and then we can start the lecture. Hare Krishna. Okay, just for a couple of minutes. Okay, Hare Krishna. Just nearly there now.
Visual. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Variyam Isha Te Krishna Itu Loka Hitam Nipa Atma Ved Sammata Vamshan Sutabhya Dishu Paraha Variyane Sati Prashna Pitu Loka Hitam Nipa Atmavisammata Pangshan Sutabhyadisuja Para Variyane Sati Prashna Pitu Loka Hitam Nipa Atmavisammatu Pangshan Sutabhyadisuja Para Sutabhyadi Nirajendra Nirangasanti Sahasrasa Apassadam Atmatattam Grihamedhinam Sutabhyadi Nirajendra Namasanti Sahasrasa Apassatam Atmatatyam Grihishu Grihamedhinam. So, Parikshit Maharaj questioned to Sukadeva Goswami, what is my duty? Now I am going to die within 7 days. What is my duty? So, he inquired about Krishna, because Parikshit Maharaj, born in a Vaishnava family, Arjun's grandson, the Pandavas, they are Vaishnavas and devotee of Krishna. So from the childhood, he had the opportunity to worship Krishna. He was playing deities. So naturally, he was inclined to hear about Krishna. So he inquired, what is my duty? Shall I simply hear about Krishna or something else? So on hearing this question, Sukadeva Goswami is congratulating. Varyane Sati Krishna. Oh, your question is very wonderful. Very welcome, Varyan. Varyan means very welcome. What I have given Varyan. Glorious, yes. Glorious Krishna. Because you have inquired about Krishna. So, Varyane Sate Krishna, Krito Loka Hitam Nipa. My dear king, this question is all auspicious for all the people of the world. If you simply inquire about Krishna or hear about Krishna, even though we do not understand, but that vibration of Krishna, just like we are chanting Hare Krishna, we may not understand what is meaning of Hare Krishna, but still, because it is transcendental sound, it is auspicious. Wherever you chant Hare Krishna, they may hear or they may not hear, it is auspicious for them. So we are sending our men for street Sankirtan. It doesn't matter whether people are eager to hear it or not, but it is auspicious. It will create an atmosphere which is very, very congenial to the human society. That should be our principle. Not that because we are chanting, nobody is taking care, we shall not be disappointed. This Sankirtan movement is so nice that simply by chanting, the vibration will create an auspicious atmosphere. Varyane Sati Krishna. Now, you can practically see those who are old members. So I began in this New York, in that storefront, simply by chanting. So, I did not bribe you American boys and girls to come after me. This only asset was chanting. That Tompkinson, this Brahmananda Swami, he first came to dance with my chant. He and Achyutananda, that was the first dancing of our Krishna conscious movement. Yes. And I had no mridangas. That was a, what is that? Little drum. So I was chanting Hare Krishna for from 2 to 5, 3 hours. And so many boys and girls were coming and joining. And there was first photograph in the Times, New York Times, they appreciated. And people also appreciated. So this chanting, the beginning was only chanting. There was nothing more. At that time there was no program of prasad distribution. That later on it came. So we should always be confident that this chanting is not a vibration of this material world. This is not vibration of material. Narottam Das Thakur says, Golokera premo dhana hari nama sankir. It is imported from the spiritual world. It is completely spiritual. Otherwise, how it is possible? Sometimes the so-called yogis, they say that chanting in Bombay, there is so-called rascal, he says the chanting of Hare Krishna mantra and chanting of Coca-Cola is the same. He's such a rascal. He does not know that this is not a vibration of this material world. But one who has no knowledge, they think that what is the meaning of this chant? Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. But they can practically see that we can go on chanting day and night. Still we shall not become tired. But any other material name you take, after chanting 3 times you'll feel tired. That is the proof. You can go on chanting day and night, you'll never feel tired. So these people, poor people, they have no brain to understand. Anyway, the chanting is so auspicious. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has given his benediction. Cheta darpana marjanam bhava mahadava vinitvapalam. We are suffering in this material world because we are not cleansed of our understanding or of our heart. The heart is not cleansed. So this chanting will help us to cleanse the heart. Sinnatang sapata Krishna punna savana kirtana riddantastha avadrani vidhunati suhissata. Chanting is so nice that as soon as you take to chanting or hear about Krishna, the chanting is also hearing about Krishna. So immediately the cleansing process begins. Cheta darpana marjana. And as soon as our heart is cleansed, then we become free from the blazing fire of this material existence. So, chanting is so auspicious. Therefore, Parikshit Maharaj, Sukadeva Goswami said, Baryane Sati Krishna, Krito Loka Hitam Nipa. In another place also, Sukadeva Goswami, Suta Goswami said, Jatkita Krishna Sang Prashna, Jayatma Sam Prasidati. When the great saintly persons in the Naimisharanya inquired about Krishna, he replied like that, Jatkita Krishna Sang Prashna. Because you have inquired about Krishna, it will cleanse your heart. Jeno Atma Sam Prasidati. You feel a very transcendental bliss, comfort within your heart. So, Baryane Sati Prashna Krita Lokahitam. Lokahitam. Actually, this movement is the prime welfare activities to the human society. Lokahitam. It is not a business. Business means my hitam, my benefit only. It is not. It is Krishna's business. Krishna's business means Krishna is for everyone. Therefore, Krishna's business is meant for everyone. We therefore welcome everyone. There is no distinction. Come here and chant Lokahitam. And a sadhu, a saintly person, should always think of Lokahitam. That is the difference between sadhu and ordinary man. Ordinary man, he thinks only of himself or expanded himself for family, for community, for society, for nation. These are all expanded selfishness. Expanded. When I'm alone, I'm thinking of my benefit only. When I'm little grown up, I think of my brothers and sisters. And when I'm little advanced, I think of my family. Little advanced, I think of my community. Little advanced, I think of my country, my nation. Or I can think of the whole human society, internationally. But Krishna is so big that Krishna includes everyone, not only human society, animal society, bird society, beast society, tree society, everything. Krishna says, Aham bija pratapita, I am the seed-giving father of all these forms. There are 8,400,000 different kinds of forms. Krishna claims all of them are my part and parcel, living entities, but they are now covered by different rays only, but they are living entities. This is Krishna consciousness vision. Therefore, one who is actually Krishna conscious, Pandita Samadarshina. Pandita, he does not see the outward dress. He sees the living entity encased in this particular type of body. So he has no concern with the body. Therefore, a sadhu always thinks of everyone's benefit. Just like Rupa Goswami, Sanatana Goswami of the Goswamis, it is said, Lokanam hitakarino Trivane manno, because they were benefactor for all kinds of living entities. Therefore, they were honored Trivane in three worlds. Trivane, Lokanam hitaka, Nana Shastra Vicharanaika Nipuno. The sadhu's business is for the benefit of all living entities. A sadhu does not like to cut even a tree because he knows here is a living entity. He is standing here for many years by his karma, and he has to continue this for many years more. So he cannot avoid this because it is nature's law. Just like if you are put into prison for 6 months, nobody can save you. Nobody can make you one day less than 6 months. So we get our particular type of body. We have to remain in that body for a certain period by the laws of nature. So by cutting the body, the living entity does not die, but because the continuation of his period, therefore he becomes sinful. You cannot cut even a tree without Krishna's purpose. Without Krishna's purpose, we cannot kill even an ant, we cannot cut even a tree, then we shall be liable to punishment. So, a sadhu sees that here is also a living entity. Pandita samadar, vidya vinaya sampanne brahmani gavi hastini sunichi cha supaki. Pandita samadar. Pandit does not make any discrimination that here is an animal, here is a man. No, he sees the animal is also part and parcel of Krishna. He has got a different body, and the man also, he is also part and parcel of Krishna. He has got a different body. Karmana, according to one's karma, he is put into different way. So, Lokahita. Now, this Krishna Sam Krishna, this question and answer about Krishna, if we simply hear, that is recommendation of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Sthane sthita sutigatang tanuvang manobhi. You remain in your position, but you try to hear about Krishna. That is it. Simply you come in this temple and try to hear about Krishna. Sthane sthita sutigatang tanuvang. That will purify. Krishna, Kirtan, Krishna's name is so powerful. Simply, if you hear Krishna, 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 you become purified. You become purified. Therefore it is said, Bharyane Sati Krishna, Krutuloka Hidam Nipu, Atmavid Sammata. Atmavid. It is not that I am only eulogizing. Atmavid Sammata. All great personalities who is self-realized. Atmavid. Atmavid means one who knows Atma. General people, they do not know Atma. But Atmavid means one who knows Atma. Aham Brahmasmi. I am spirit soul, I am not this body. And one who is well acquainted about this Atma Tattva. So unless one becomes aware of this Atma Tattva, whatever he is doing, he is being defeated. They are saying, generally people, they are thinking that I am now constructing this big skyscraper building, I am successful, I have become Rothschild, I have become Ford. And that is not Atmavid. Atmavid, because he is materially opulent, that does not mean Atmavid. That's subject matter will be discussed in the next verse. Apasadam Atmatattam. One who cannot see is Atma. Griheshu Grihomedina. They are compact in this materialistic way of life. Griheshu Grihomedina. Their condition is very, actually, this is the position of the whole world. They are not Atmavid. They do not inquire. Atmatattam. Therefore, they are less intelligent. Therefore, I say that our propaganda is to make people more intelligent. They might not have taken it very nicely. They thought that this poor Swami has come to make us intelligent. But actually, that is the fact. That is the fact. This is not intelligence. That bodily concept of life, I spoil my whole life for bodily comfort, and then after giving up this body, I become a cat and dog. Then what is that intelligence? Is that very good intelligence? Actually, it has happened. I do not wish to discuss how our Godbrother Siddhartha, he was speaking from a paper that one of our great politicians in India, he has now become a dog in Sweden. It is published. There were inquiries about some prominent man in India, and he has answered, and one of the answers is, such and such politician is now one of the two dogs of a gentleman in Sweden. You see? So, this time, in this life, I may become very big man, big politician, big diplomat, big businessman. But next life, after your death, it is your greatness of this material will not help you. That will depend on your work. And nature will offer you a certain type of body you'll have to accept. Of course, you'll forget. That is the concession given by nature. Just like we do not remember what we had been in our past life. If I remember that suppose I was a king in my past life, now I have become a dog, then how much suffering it will be. Therefore, by nature's law, one forgets. And death means this forgetfulness. Death means this forgetfulness. So this is a great science. People do not know it. Our Krishna consciousness movement is very scientific, authorized. So our business is to enlighten people as far as possible, and at the same time, we must remain enlightened. We may not be again covered by the darkness of Maya. That you should be. That you can keep yourself very fit, not to be covered by the Maya. Mami vaja prapadanti mayami tam taranti. If you very strictly adhere to the principle of Krishna consciousness, then Maya will not be able to touch you. That is the only remedy. Otherwise, Maya is always looking after the opportunity, loophole, how she can capture you again. But if you remain strictly in Krishna consciousness, Maya will not be able to do anything. Mami vaja prapadanti, Devidjisa gunamai, mama maya duratta. It is very difficult to get out of the clutches of Maya. It is very difficult. But Krishna says, Mami vaja prapadanti, mayami tang taranti. If one is strictly adherent to the lotus feet of Krishna, always, therefore this program is 24 hours thinking of Krishna. Satatam, chintayat Krishna, kirtaniya sadahari. These are the recommendations. So if we simply think of Krishna, if you cannot do anything, simply think of it. That is the highest meditation and practice. So, always chant Hare Krishna mantra, be in touch with Krishna in so many ways that you are secure. Maya will not be able to touch you. And if we can somewhere or other pass our days, and at the time of death we remember Krishna, then the whole life is successful. Thank you. Chant Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Jai. Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. Hare Krishna. Very nice to see all of you. Meet all of you. Hare Krishna. Okay, 1 minute, please. Hare Bol. Right. For performance. You can hear me well? All of you can hear me well? Yes, wonderful, wonderful. Hare Krishna. So, very nice to meet all of you. It is so great to have association of devotees, and especially when we are glorifying the Savior of the whole world, and personally our own Savior too. So Hare Krishna. First of all, to all of you, I would like to individually welcome Radhikatma Prabhu with his good wife. I think they are cooking for Srila Prabhupada. He told me that he'll be there. He switched on. We are missing his prasadam cooking. I think we all agree we miss his prasadam cooking. So we will meet again, I think, once the lockdowns are over, and have a festival again, and have a big feast up in Auckland, Hare Krishna, in our center. Hari Bol Chitta Prabhu, Hari Bol Sanjay Prabhu, Divyanshi, you are still awake. What time is it there? 1 o'clock in the night, 1:30.
It's 3 a.m. Actually, I slept and I've not been awake throughout the night. I woke up just now.
Yeah, very nice. Hare Krishna. Very nice. Oli Hari Bol, Oli. Very nice. Your young one has grown up now.
Hare Krishna. Yeah, it's getting big.
Hare Krishna. Hari Bol.
Nimai.
Nimai Prabhu ki Jai. Very nice. Hari Bol. Prananath Prabhu, Hari Bol. Nice to see you too. Anish Prabhu, Hare Krishna. Atmananda Prabhu, Hari Bol. I'm just meeting everybody else in the line as we go, My screen. Hare Krishna, Avinash Krishna Prabhu. Katrina, Hari Bol. Katrina, nice to see you. Sanjeev Prabhu, Hari Bol. My wife is cooking, busy cooking. Dolly Mataji, I think she's also cooking. Saraswati Mataji may be cooking as well. Sopan Prabhu also is cooking, he told me, but they've kept the audio on to be with us. Then we've got Tulsi Das, Prabhu Hare Krishna. He must be busy too with the festivities. Namrata Mother is cooking as well. And Chris, Haribol Chris, nice to see you. We've met you again. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Haribol. Nice to see you. Hare Krishna.
See you all too. Thank you.
Jai Jai. Namrata Mataji, I think she's also cooking. They've been telling us. Prachi, I think it's in Australia. She's in Sydney. Haribol. Pradhan Gopika Mataji, nice to see you. I think you're also busy with the cooking part. I get it.
Yeah. Yes, Prabhuji. Hare Krishna.
Cooking Prabhupada's feast. Hare Krishna. Very welcome. Buddhimanta Prabhu Haribol. I think you're also busy with your activities and cooking. And yeah, but we'll see you hopefully sometime with your homages. And Krishna Das will be joining us too. Many of you are joining us from your work. Some of you are working from home. Some of you are working outside as well. Some of you have taken leave, like myself. And welcome, all of you. We are all here with one single sole purpose of glorifying our Savior, Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. So today is Nandotsav as well. It's a celebration in Krishna's father's home, which is also great. The whole world celebrates that, and the whole world celebrates also, and for us especially, it is Srila Prabhupada's appearance day. That's the most important thing in our lives. Hare Krishna. So we start with our homages now. After speaking to some of the senior devotees, we came to the sort of an agreement, that an understanding that initially we must give about 5 minutes to each devotee. Those who want to speak, they can speak. And then we'll request those who have not spoken, encourage them if they want to give their homages, fine. If not, that's fine as well. And thereafter, if there is some time left, then if devotees want to speak a bit more, we can do that too. But initially, so much, then that way we can accommodate all the devotees and they can give their homages. The idea is to hear from everyone. And of course, Srila Prabhupada disciples like Atmananda Prabhu, if he wants to speak more, he can always. And if he wants to speak in between as well, to give his realizations, to add to what devotees have said, he's free to do so. So thank you very much. I'm just an ordinary conditioned soul. And this is some big opportunity that in Srila Prabhupada's appearance day, we all have come together. So I request blessings from all of you, and with a request that glorification of Prabhupada is a centerpiece of our life, and today he gets exclusive glorification from all of us. So with that, let us start with our glorification and homages. Who would like to be the first one? Now, sorry, before we do that, I wanted to let you know our programs are shown live on Facebook, and they are recorded and shown live on YouTube as well. So you would have got the links, and on YouTube, this link will be there as well. It will be saved there, so you can refer it again, or if you want to, you can pass those links to your friends and families. It's entirely up to you. It's all good. Okay. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. So who would like to start off with your homages? Please feel free to jump in and start to give your realizations. Atmananda Prabhu has requested me that he will speak at the end, at the later part, which is perfect. All good. Yes, Hare Krishna. Sanjay Prabhu, you'd like to start? You always do so.
Hare Krishna Prabhuji. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Jai Srila Prabhupada.
Jai Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. So Hare Krishna, dear devotees, and well, happy this auspicious day as we celebrating 125th anniversary of Srila Prabhupada. So I'll start with some prayers. Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Parcharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarane Om Ajnanam Trimandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurmritam yena tasmai Shri Guruve namaha. I was born in the darkest ignorance of my darkest ignorance, and my Guru, my spiritual master, opened my eyes with the torch of knowledge. I offer my respectful obeisances unto him. Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances at your lotus feet. Srila Prabhupada, it is your causeless mercy that I got this chance to know my constitutional position. It is because of you that we have the access to transcendental knowledge. And because of you, I'm able to chant and to know more about Lord Chaitanya and his mission. You are true well-wisher and our savior. Srila Prabhupada, you have translated the scriptures in such a way and your transcendental purpose in such a simple language that a dull-headed person like me can read them and understand the complicated scriptural knowledge. You are a true Acharya and showed us all the spiritual activities by example. I was living in an animalistic life and aimless life. But after coming in contact with you, Srila Prabhupada, I have realized my fallen situation and you gave me the aim in life and the process to follow by which I can purify myself and able to serve you in your Krishna conscious movement. Srila Prabhupada, you built a house in which the whole world can live. Thank you for giving me the association of devotees. You have given us the principle of simple living and high thinking. The principle is very much needed in current times, where our lives have become so much complicated and there is no high thinking, only fall down. So only fall down situation. So Srila Prabhupada, you are the modern world's greatest Acharya who taught that people could resolve their conflicts and live together in peace and prosperity only through an essential change of consciousness. So on this most auspicious day, I humbly beg you to continue to shower your blessing on me, to make me an instrument in serving your mission. I beg to you to give me the inner strength to take all austerities in serving your mission. Please forgive me my offenses and give me the intelligence to carry out your orders under the protection and association of your sincere devotees. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada, for coming in our lives and changing our lives. I am begging to remain under the shelter of your lotus feet at all times. Your most fallen servant, Sanjeev. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Hare Krishna.
Jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Wonderful, wonderful start. Hare Krishna. Very nice. It was well spoken and well within 5 minutes. So my task becomes a bit easier, otherwise I'm a demon as it is, Very hard. Thank you. Please feel free to jump in and to give your realizations. Please. Hare Krishna.
I'll jump in briefly. Hare Krishna, everyone. Thank you for being here. We talked on Sunday evening about Janmashtami, and one devotee, I think is Avinash, he said, if someone really understands, we were talking about Janma Karma Chmedyam, if one understands the transcendental nature of the appearance and activities of the Lord, he never comes back. So this devotee Avinash said, if one really understands that, that means that Krishna is here all the time. So we don't have just one Janmashtami every year. Every day can be Janmashtami. So I really appreciated that realization. That says a lot to me. And I was thinking yesterday about, well, today, for me, it's the most important day. It's my New Year's, it's my birthday, it's my everything. Because of Prabhupada, we have Krishna, we have anything we have that's valuable and lasting is because of him. And I was thinking, well, if I really understand Prabhupada, or if I understand something of Prabhupada, then because Prabhupada, the pure devotee spiritual master, Bhagavad, he's called in the Chaitanya Charitamrita the Supreme Personality of Servitor Godhead. And he's most dear to Krishna, especially because he's, as Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, one who teaches this science of Bhakti Yoga to the devotees. He is most dear to me, and there will never be anyone more dear. So if we understand one small portion, or maybe one aspect of Prabhupada's fathomless character and qualities, then every day can be Vyasapuja. Bhakti Tirtha Swami used to talk about being in the mentality that Prabhupada is coming, because in the temples, whenever, especially anywhere in the world, when Prabhupada was here physically manifest, before Prabhupada would come, there would be a big hustle and bustle, cleaning and maybe finishing a new Vyasan or painting here. Sometimes Prabhupada would walk into an area in the temple and he'd smell fresh paint. So Bhakti Tirtha Swami says, if we're in that mood, Prabhupada is coming, then how excited we are, how enthusiastic. So we were talking on Sunday, we were also talking about the sense of urgency. So the sense of urgency of appreciating Prabhupada and appreciating our own nature as eternal and not worrying about pandemics or bombs or whatever, then we become very enthusiastic. We're in touch with the natural spiritual quality of our very self, enthusiasm, and that naturally urgency comes out of that. So if we have that sense of enthusiasm and urgency, then we can be very happy and enthused and steady in looking at our anarthas and avoiding offenses in our chanting. So I wanted to share that. I do have a written offering, but maybe I'll read that a little later. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Atmananda Prabhu. Hare Krishna. Please feel free to chip in like this. It's wonderful. It's great. Okay. Hare Krishna. Once again, to those who have joined us recently now, Krishnananda Prabhu, Hare Krishna. Krishnendu Prabhu with Nikunja Mataji, Hare Krishna. Welcome. Hare Krishna. So we would like to invite now anyone who would like to please give your realizations. As I said, we have got devotees and who are joining us on YouTube as well. And that's where this program would be saved. Hare Krishna. Please feel free.
Hare Krishna, dear devotees. I'll try to be in less than 5 minutes. Thank you, Atman Prabhu, for remembering my small, insignificant realization. Om Jnana Timindasya Jnananjana Shalakya Chakmudaya Tasmai Shri Guru. So, what I like, as an offering, I would like to talk about Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada has actually given a solution to the entire world. At the moment, the world is suffering with the disease called the COVID-19. And they tell me that there is a much bigger problem with the environment problem. The problem is that we always want somebody else to solve the problem. We don't want to solve the problem yourself. We have a choice to make, and Prabhupada has given that formula, where actually what Sanju Prabhu just briefly said, that this is everybody can live in this world. That's science of self-realization. We just have to look inside for all those solutions, and solutions are there. As an offering, I would like to read a few lines from Lilamrit, Prabhupada Lilamrit, and also some latest, which I have actually found out, which are very inspiring, only few instances. As Atman Prabhu just said, there's so much about Srila Prabhupada, it's impossible to cover those points, but I'll just quickly focus how he was interacting with his Guru Maharaj and how actually Srila Prabhupada did at the early stage of his in the journey of even before he took sannyas. So this is Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, whose aim was on preaching worldwide, knew that the renunciation of the Goswamis was not possible for Westerners. Therefore, he wanted to introduce the idea that devotees could even live in a big palatial temple. He had accepted a large donation from a wealthy Vaishnava merchant, and in 1930 had constructed a large marble temple in Bagh Bazaar section of Calcutta. In the same year, he had moved along with many followers from his small rented quarters as Ulta Danga to the impressive new headquarters. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta was demonstrating that although a devotee should not spend a cent for his own sense gratification, he could spend millions of rupees for the service of Krishna. While previously Vaishnavas would not have had anything to do with the mechanized contrivances introduced by British, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta, on the authority of scriptures, was demonstrating a higher understanding. It was Rupa Goswami, the great disciple of Lord Chaitanya, who had written, "One is perfectly detached from all materialistic worldly entanglement, not when one gives up everything, but when one employs everything for the service of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna. This is understood to be perfect renunciation in yoga." If everything is God's energy, then why should anything be given up? If God is good, then his energy is also good. Material things should not be used for one's own sense gratification, but they could be and should be used for the service of Krishna. So Srila Bhaktisiddhanta wanted to use the most modern printing presses. He wanted to invite worldly people to hear Krishna Katha in gorgeously built temples. And for the preaching, devotees should not hesitate to ride in the best conveyances, wear sewn cloth, or live amidst material opulences. And we have seen Srila Prabhupada doing this. Further, this is from one of his letters, Srila Prabhupada. So I met them in Kosi, and Keshav Maharaj was informing that Bhaktisiddhanta is going to Mathura tomorrow morning, and he will speak Harikatha this evening. Anyone who wants to may remain, or otherwise they may go to see Sheshasai Vishnu. So at that time, I think only 10 or 12 men remained. Sridhar Maharaj was one of them, and I thought it wise. What can I see at the Sheshasai? Let me hear what Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati will speak. Let me hear. That is Srila Prabhupada. And after Srila Prabhupada left Allahabad for Calcutta, Abhay keenly felt the responsibility of working on behalf of his spiritual master. At the initiation of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta had instructed Abhay to study Rupa Goswami's Bhakti Rasamrit Sindhu, which outlined the loving exchanges between Krishna and his devotees and explained how a devotee can advance a spiritual life. Bhakti Rasamrit Sindhu was a law book for devotional service, and Abhay would study it carefully. And I don't think that when we get initiated, or at this time when devotees are getting initiated, this kind of instruction can be given to anyone to read this kind of book. I've read Bhakti's this Nectar of Devotion many times, but I have hardly understood anything. So that was again Srila Prabhupada and his Guru Maharaj interaction. And this is the last one. He was glad to increase his visit to Allahabad center and to bring new people. Even at this first meeting with his spiritual master, he had received the instruction to preach the mission of Lord Chaitanya, and now he began steadily and carefully considering how to do so. Preaching was a responsibility at least as binding as that of home business. Even in his home, he wanted to engage as far as possible in preaching. He discussed with his wife about his plans for inviting people into their home, offering them prasadam, and holding discussions about Krishna. She didn't share this enthusiasm. So my relation from all this is that Srila Prabhupada, this is his early stage, and what we do in Hare Krishna, WECAN Namat, we follow this kind of philosophy, and we focus. We don't go on the numbers, we go on the people or the devotees who are interested into. So thank you, Srila Prabhupada, for getting this kind of association and helping me to be of a little or whatever negligible service to you, insignificant service to you. Hare Krishna. Thank you very much.
Jai Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. Thank you very much, Avinash Prabhu. Again, you're very nicely covering points within so many things you've covered within 5 minutes. We're just making our life very easy. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Please let the nectar flow, for the homages. Prabhupada will be very pleased when devotees are pleased. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, dear devotees. Very happy Srila Prabhupada's appearance day to all of you. I'm actually at work at the moment, so I'll just quickly give my realization. First of all, thank you very much, Avinash Prabhu, Sanjeev Prabhu, Atmananda Prabhu, for very nice realizations. Obviously, I'm not as qualified, but I'd just like to share one thing in particular that I've been meditating on about Srila Prabhupada. With me, being so-called, just coming out of my teens and, finishing uni and now working a 9-to-5 job, your identity is very important as a young person. And with this Krishna consciousness movement, I have slowly grown to realize the importance of Sanatana Dharma and how important it was to preserve Sanatana Dharma. And when I look at what Srila Prabhupada has done, it is very clear that Srila Prabhupada has had the biggest single most impact on Sanatana Dharma, preserving Sanatana Dharma and spreading Sanatana Dharma throughout the entire world, that no one in history has ever done something of that magnitude. And spreading Krishna consciousness in every town and village, as Bhaktivinoda Thakur had envisioned. It's very hard to quantify exactly how much Srila Prabhupada has done, and his influence and his association will continue to pervade throughout the entire world. So his, Srila Prabhupada's legacy is not, just finished when Srila Prabhupada has gone back to Godhead. In fact, it's expanding more and more and more. As I was saying, at this age, I've started to become more aware of how important it is, to preserve our, Vedic culture, our Sanatana Dharma, understanding Krishna consciousness, understanding the importance of, the history that, the Vedic history. And we talk a lot about decolonization. We have to fight back from colonization, from the British Raj. What is done is the biggest form of decolonization for India, for Vedic culture, that will probably, and it should be in the history books for what Srila Prabhupada has really done, because Srila Prabhupada has given everyone, every practicer of Sanatana Dharma, everyone who wants to practice Sanatana Dharma, he's given them a voice. He's given them, he's given them a lot of awareness of their identity. And by bringing Krishna consciousness, by bringing Vedic culture to the West, Srila Prabhupada has done the most for Sanatana Dharma in India. So that, people in India feel the impact of, their identity, their Vedic culture that has been going on for so many centuries, since time immemorial. So, Srila Prabhupada, obviously, I could talk all day about, the philosophy that Srila Prabhupada has presented and, all the wonderful realizations that all the devotees are saying about, how Srila Prabhupada has impacted their lives. I just wanted to, really share my thoughts on how, impactful Srila Prabhupada has been in preserving and saving our Vedic culture, because it is at a great risk currently with, the whole, currently in the West, even in India, there is a great risk of our Vedic culture being demonized, being, brought under the rug. A lot of people say a lot of, bad things about Sanatana Dharma, about Vedic culture. But what Srila Prabhupada has done, as I said, is given a unified voice to everyone, for everyone to fall back upon, for everyone to read Srila Prabhupada's books, for everyone to understand their identity, their spiritual identity, their permanent identity, and to understand the constitutional position. So it's very, very hard to grapple what Srila Prabhupada has done. It will not be possible for me to understand what Srila Prabhupada has really done. But it's probably the biggest form. I think our Guru Maharaj said that it is actually the biggest form of mass conversion towards Vedic culture that the world will ever see. And it's so true, because Srila Prabhupada did not present himself in a way that it's a conversion. And it's not a conversion, because Vedic culture was always pervading throughout the entire world. But what Prabhupada has done is really, really remarkable. Words cannot explain. So I just really wanted to share that. And it's something that people like people my age, people in future generations can really, really fall back upon and understand the spiritual identity. So thank you very much. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Hare Krishna. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Krishna Das, for your point of view as a young man trying to find your feet and position in this world. Hare Krishna. And we would like to also welcome devotees and followers on YouTube who have joined us recently and adding more. Hare Krishna. Yes, please continue.
Hare Krishna, dear devotees. Thank you, Amrish Prabhu, for giving. Thank you, Amrish Prabhu, for giving this opportunity to say a few words. Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to your divine grace. I have never met Srila Prabhupada in person, but I associate with him daily through his books and the devotees whom are associated with your disciples. Srila Prabhupada, I feel your presence every day and give me a strength to carry on in Krishna consciousness. On this auspicious day, on the Vyasapuja, I beg Srila Prabhupada to keep me always in your service eternally. As we all know that Lord Krishna has inconceivable potency. Similarly, his pure devotee, Srila Prabhupada's contribution is unbelievable. And it's simply magnificent. Srila Prabhupada has given the highest knowledge in a simple manner that even fools like me somewhat able to understand it. Srila Prabhupada, without your mercy and blessing, it has been impossible for me to get even a fraction of knowledge about Lord Krishna. If Srila Prabhupada, if you would have not come to save us, we would have nothing. There would be no ISKCON, and we would know nothing, a real life with Krishna in the spiritual world. But you came to save us and gave us many wonderful and amazing gifts of Krishna consciousness. Srila Prabhupada, although I'm a neophyte in knowledge, I'm completely committed and devoted, learning as much as I can in this my lifetime. I know chanting japa is purifying, and the purer I'm able to chant japa, the more I do, more I'll be clean and more I'll be closer to you. I remain grateful to you, Srila Prabhupada. Thanks for saving me from the depth of illusion, delusion, and hell. I am determined that under your watchful eye and guidance, I will eventually fulfill your desire, that which is for me. Hare Krishna. you are eternally served. Thank you.
Haribol, Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Thank you very much, Sopan Prabhu. Atmanaru, if you want to jump in and say a few words, please feel free. Don't feel any on this. We would like to hear, if you feel something.
I have lots of words, but I'm waiting for Buddhimanta.
Okay, Hare Krishna. Okay, please. Krishna has somehow given us only one mouth, and only 2 years and limited time. Why? To glorify Srila Prabhupada, we should have unlimited mouths and unlimited ears and unlimited time, which we have. Please let this nectar flow. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Everyone, if I may speak. All glories to His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. It's so wonderful to be here in everyone's presence and to be reflecting on His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. I'm just reflecting on his identity and who actually is Srila Prabhupada. So I remember reading in the book of sorry, I'm having a mind blank here. Too much emotion this morning. In the book of Jamuna Devi, which is written by Dinatarani, there's one pastime there where Prabhupada's walking with Jamuna Devi, just the two of them, at Tittenhurst Manor. And of course, it's London, so it's wet. The ground is muddy. And she stops Prabhupada and she says, Srila Prabhupada, why can I only see my footprints in the mud? Where are your footprints? And Srila Prabhupada turns around and looks at Jamuna Devi and says, one day you'll understand. So this is written there in that book by Dinatarani. So when we read such things, Prabhupada didn't often show such was his identity. But we know that he was predicted in the Brahma Vaivarta Purana 5,000 years ago, which said, Lord Krishna said to Ganga Devi, that my mantra Upasika will come and spread the holy names around the entire world. He was pacifying Ganga, do not worry. In the Kali Yuga, all the sinful people will wash their sins in your rivers, but because my mantra Upasika, he will come, and then all the devotees will also come and bathe in your waters.
Did you get a literal translation of that mantra Upasika?
Hang on a second. I haven't got the literal translation here, but I've got the great sage and worshipper of Krishna's holy name will appear and spread the chanting of Krishna's names, not only in India, but throughout the whole world. But that reference, several devotees have brought that reference up. There's other references too. We know that Lord Chaitanya said that taking the sharp sword of, Lord Chaitanya said, he said his Sanapati Bhakta would come and spread the chanting around the world. He said, if some people escape and giving up religious principles go to far-off countries, then my Sanapati Bhakta, my military commander, will come at that time to give them Krishna consciousness. So we know Srila Prabhupada was predicted in two scriptures. Actually, I wanted to read an offering today. I have wrote an offering. And so to keep within 5 minutes, I'll start reading. My dear Srila Prabhupada, apologies for the inconvenience. My dear Srila Prabhupada, I have a deep desire and longing to be in your presence. I often regret that I was not born in this world earlier to have had the opportunity to be with you in this world. Then I am reminded that you are present in your books, in your lectures, in your letters, in your conversations, in many videos, in your disciples, in your Murti form. and ultimately in your instruction. My personal favorite service is to bathe and dress your Murti form in the temple. And when my consciousness is sufficiently present, I can sense your loving presence there. He reasons ill who tells that Vaishnavas die when thou art living still in sound. The Vaishnavas died to live, and in living spread the holy name around. Srila Prabhupada, I have often wondered what this world actually looks like through your eyes that are imbued with pure love and compassion, your eyes that are endowed with complete knowledge and realization and free from all illusion. Whilst I can only aspire to see with eyes like yours, you have of course given us the great gift of sight, the light of knowledge and the holy name, and freed us from the dense darkness of ignorance. My dear Srila Prabhupada, the ignorance that covers me is deep, with many layers and many dimensions of layers. And those layers are penetrated by the light of your mercy and by the light of Krishna's holy name. I am gradually able to perceive more clearly the reality of myself and the nature of this world. I am gradually able to develop a sense of trust and peace and faith in the Supreme Lord. I feel deep gratitude every day. I feel your love and kindness, even though I am so unworthy of such a gift. It is easy to forget the debt that I owe you. It is easy to neglect my vows. It is easy to overlook the value of what you have given me. It is easy to not take your instructions seriously. It is easy to gloss over your teachings and take the process cheaply. It is easy because Maya subtly covers our intelligence without us even noticing. Maya mystically creates sugar-coated veil of phantasmagoria, so that even while living in the degraded depths of Kali Yuga, everything seems to be okay. Even the hypocrisy, the lies, the coercion, the exploitation, or at least we come to accept it as okay, even though deep down we know it's not okay. But Srila Prabhupada, you cut through the veil of illusion. You exposed the falsehood of modern leaders. You smashed the atheistic scientists. You unmasked the word juggling Mayavadis. You condemned industrialization. You challenged the feminists, the Marxists, and the capitalists. You spoke boldly and went against the grain of falsity and delusion. You taught us not to put our faith in politicians. You referred to them as demons and fourth-class men. And they are the reason that there is so much chaos in the world. You even said, if I speak so frankly, people will be angry. But basically, their leaders are fourth-class men. And what is the use of fourth-class men leading a confused and chaotic society? You taught us not to put our faith in the scientists, in their theories, in their inventions, or in their medicines. You taught us not to put our faith in anything of this temporary world. But as you put it beautifully, if we depend on God's creation, there will be no scarcity, but simply ananda bliss. God's creation provides sufficient grains, grass, fruits, herbs, and medicines. You actually said, the idea of this Krishna consciousness movement is to depend on nature's gifts and the grace of Krishna. As we now live in such uncertain times, now that the demoniac influences and the karmic consequences are closing in heavily on our world, your words become ever more clear and strong. Unfortunately, I am living in the reality that I am in so many ways dependent on this demoniac industrialized civilization, and how deeply I long to be able to live by your instruction and be able to fully depend on nature's gifts and the grace of Krishna. My dear Srila Prabhupada, whatever faults there may be in myself and in this world, whatever is lacking, I have only one desire, to always be in your presence. Thank you for the beautiful gift of Krishna's holy name and of all of your divine instructions. Your ever indebted and aspiring servant, Krishna Nandadas.
Hare Krishna, so thank you very much for your heartfelt realization. I think you echo the feelings of all of us. It's very, very nicely articulated. Thank you. Thank you. Hare Krishna. Yes, please. Does anyone else, others would like to speak, please? Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. All right. Hare Krishna. Nam Vishnupada Krishna Vasaya Vikare Srimadi Bhaktivedanta Swami Namane. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pacharine Nevasesa Sunyavari Paschachari Satani. I'd just like to say thank you very much, Krishnananda, for that wonderful offering. All the offerings have been wonderful, but in particular, I found that one very close to my heart. Because of the situation we currently find ourselves in, and frankly, the danger we find ourselves in the current world situation. The world is in the grips of a artificially created pandemic with a virus that's never been isolated, and they're using a test to test for this virus, which has no capacity for diagnosing infection. And they're forcing, in one way or another, everyone, the latest I've heard is right down to 6 months old in the United States, they want to force everybody to take this experimental, untested, so-called vaccine. And I really, in my whole life, I cannot think of a single instance where my world and the world of my friends and those around me has felt so under threat. And it's during these times that we really have to bring our attention to the teachings of Srila Prabhupada, because as Krishnananda very nicely pointed out, and I know this very well because my spiritual master was the director of the Bhaktivedanta Institute, His Holiness Srila Bhakti Swarup Damodar Swami. So Prabhupada instructed him very, very carefully how to preach to and how to deal with scientists and philosophers and people who are, in the name of science, spreading all kinds of misinformation on this world and introducing all kinds of atheistic and demoniac, actually, things in society. So Srila Prabhupada was nobody's fool, and if we listen to him, we listen to his classes, and we read his books, he spells out very, very clearly that these people are not to be trusted. We cannot put our faith in what they say, that we cannot put our faith in what they tell us to do. And if we do that, then we have no one to blame but ourselves for the reactions that come about. In regard to this experimental gene therapy, the latest figures I've heard are in the range of 50,000 deaths in the world. And really, they're not being reported, and hundreds of thousands of people who have been seriously affected by these experimental vaccines. I think in New Zealand, we've only heard of one, a lady recently who had myocarditis. So they're very, very dangerous and difficult times we're living in. And as devotees, as followers of Srila Prabhupada, we shouldn't allow our intelligence to be swayed by really what is nothing but a grand illusion of Maya. We have to remain fixed and hold on to Srila Prabhupada, hold on to his instructions, and know for certain that by doing that, we'll come through this unscathed. So I hope I haven't upset anybody. I'm aware that many devotees this is not on their radar, or they're just accepting whatever the government is telling them as being factual. I can tell you 100% it is not. So I'll just keep listening to Srila Prabhupada. I've been doing that for 37 years, and I'm not going to give up anytime. So Srila Prabhupada is my pretty much my sole source of shiksha. He always has been. And that's not to say that I disrespect or disregard my own spiritual master. That's absolutely not the fact. But yeah, Srila Prabhupada is very much always the person that I turn to get clarity on what to do in life. Hare Krishna. Thank you for listening. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Pranana Prabhu. Thank you very much for your heartfelt homage and offering. We very much appreciate your views. And any offering and homage comes from the heart is what I long for personally too. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Please, anyone else like to join in, please? Hare Krishna.
I'm going to be naughty and jump in if no one's going to. Yes, thank you, everyone, especially as Pranav said, Krishnananda, your offering has moved me practically to tears. So thank you again. In terms of the emotions, which are manifest from the softening heart of the advancing devotee, as is very graphically described in Nectar of Devotion, how as one advances, one's heart softens. One may practice Krishna consciousness externally, like Niyamagra, just going through the rituals, but not really getting the connection, the juice, the rasa, the realization, the deep understanding and experience of direct association with Krishna and his devotees. His heart will remain hard. Sometimes austerity makes the heart harder. But one who's actually advancing, one symptom will be is that he will become gentle, he will become soft, he will become kind and caring to everyone, not in a sentimental way, but spiritually. Prabhupada was very grave a lot of the time, but we knew, not by his big smile or whatever, although that was there, and we all love to cause that, his smile, but he was very grave a lot of the time, but we knew he loved us. So that personalism, that which Prabhupada came, Namaste Saraswati Devi, Gauravani Pracharine, Nirvisesha Sunyavadi Paschata Dijatarine. All glories to you, O spiritual master, O servant of Saraswati. You are so kindly preaching the message of Sri Chaitanya Dev and delivering the Western countries which are filled with voidism and impersonalism. So Prabhupada came, and I want to read a very striking example of how Prabhupada manifested that. And it's dramatic, and it's, in some ways, it was disturbing for the people who heard Prabhupada speak. I'll share it with you. It was in 1971, some of the senior disciples had organized a massive pandal in a great massive gathering in Delhi for Srila Prabhupada to speak, and thousands of people, I think it was 3 days long. Prabhupada, it says one night, I think the second or third night, while Prabhupada was speaking, an American hippie in the audience approached the stage. He had long, wild blonde hair and wore a vest and high leather boots. American, of course. A miniature framed picture of Vishnu, Brahma and Shiva hung on a chain around his neck. When the boy tried to climb up on the stage, some of the devotees pushed him back. But Srila Prabhupada intervened. Prabhupada stopped him. He had a devotee bring a cushion and place a microphone in front of the boy. What is Prabhupada doing? Then Srila Prabhupada said, yes. So this young man, speaking to Prabhupada, demanded, have you realized yourself? Have you realized the soul in the innermost depths of your being? Challenging Prabhupada, crazy. And yet Prabhupada was allowing him. Yes, Srila Prabhupada replied. At first the man was taken aback, but then he again challenged. Now, you tell me another thing. When was the Bhagavad Gita written? And Prabhupada said, now you answer my question. What is the process of receiving knowledge from the Bhagavad Gita? No, the young man retorted, you tell me. When was the Bhagavad Gita written? In your lecture, you said 5,000 years ago, but according to other Swamis, it was written only 1,500 years ago. Answer my question. I asked you first. Srila Prabhupada raised his voice angrily. I am not your servant. I am Krishna's servant. You must answer my question. A heated argument began with the hippie yelling at Srila Prabhupada and Srila Prabhupada arguing back. Finally, the devotees removed the boy from the stage. The incident confused the audience. Many people began to leave. Quote, why did your Guru Maharaj become angry? Some of them demanded from the devotees. He should have answered the man's question. Some of the civic leaders supporting the Pandal program also became upset. Now, there were public figures, the mayor, I think a local governor of one of the states. There was, I think, an ambassador or the Canadian ambassador to India, I think, was there. Fearing Srila Prabhupada had made an unfavorable impression. They became upset, fearing Srila Prabhupada had made an unfavorable impression on the public. Those who were devotional, however, remained in their seats to hear further what Prabhupada had to say. To the this is from Lilamrita, by the way. To the devotees, it was inconceivable, because the devotees were bewildered. Why had Prabhupada, in the middle of his talk, invited a crazy hippie onto the stage? He gave him a seat, he gave him a microphone, given him a seat and a microphone, and then argued with him to the point of yelling and shouting, and all before an audience of 20,000 people. Bhavananda said. One man who had helped organize the Pandal protested, oh, Swamiji has gotten angry. This is not good. But Prabhupada seemed to have done it purposefully. He had spoken for a long time that evening on how to understand the Bhagavad Gita. And then he had this hippie brought on the stage. It was bewildering to us. We couldn't figure it out. Giriraj Maharaj said, not Swami then yet, Srila Prabhupada was actually using the entire incident to illustrate the process of understanding Bhagavad Gita. I mean, you can probably imagine, if you were there, how would you feel? You might have the same questions. After the man left, Prabhupada completed his lecture by stating that one must approach Krishna or Krishna's representative with a submissive attitude by serving and inquiring, not simply asking challenging questions. The whole incident had illustrated this point. Yadubar Prabhu said, many in the audience misunderstood the incident. It caused a split. But those who understood what Prabhupada had done could see that this hippie was a rascal. And this had been a time for transcendental anger against his nonsensical opinions. Tejas Prabhu said, after everything was over, Prabhupada told us, quote, just as the gopis were lusty for Krishna, Arjuna would also get angry for Krishna. So it is not bad that a devotee becomes angry for Krishna, end quote. But many people in the crowd could not understand this point, how a devotee is not impersonal. The Indians are used to seeing impersonalist yogis who express no emotion. I'll repeat that. The Indians are used to seeing impersonalist yogis who express no emotion. The audience was mostly impersonalists. So that's the end of that pastime. I wanted to share that because it's not something that we normally hear about. we know Prabhupada was angry with Mayavadis in different situations, and he even, I think he even stopped someone. Yeah, there was one incident where there was a Mayavadi speaking. Prabhupada couldn't tolerate the indirect impersonalization of his friend, of insults to his friend. So Prabhupada started kirtan, and the man had to stop. So I wanted to share that, and that really struck me, and I thought it was a very, very valuable lesson. Prabhupada was taking a risk to be condemned by maybe a large portion of the crowd, to give an example to those who are actually interested in understanding Bhagavad Gita as it is, in Arjuna's mood of submission, humility. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Atmananda Prabhu, for sharing this. I remember this incident. It struck me even at that time when I heard for the first time. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Yes, please. Who would like to give your homages now? Please continue. Thank you.
Hare Krishna, dear devotees. Thank you very much for all the realization shared by all the devotees. They were very inspiring. I would like to actually share my offering to Srila Prabhupada today. Namo Vishnu Udaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namini Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharini Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashat Deshatarini Om Agnana Timirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshuruntamena Tasmai Sri Gururve Namaha. Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble Dandavat pranams. All glories to Shri Guru and Shri Gaurang. All glories to you on this most auspicious day of your Vyasapuja. Actually, I'm not qualified at all to write an offering to such a great Paramhamsa like you. So please kindly forgive my offenses. So this day is very auspicious to me because if Srila Prabhupada were not appeared in this world, we may not have actually received this priceless shelter that we have received through this wonderful disciplic succession. We have received, Srila Prabhupada's devotional mood, his teachings, and everything that I know in this Krishna conscious endeavor. I would like to offer this, I would like to sing this prayer in glorification of Srila Prabhupada. Nama Shreshtam Manamapi Sachiputram Atra Sarupam Rupam Tasya Grajam Urupurim Mathurim Goshtavatim Radha Kundam Girivaram Aho Radhika Madhavasham Prapto Yasya Pratita Kripaya Shri Gurum Tam Natosmi. I bow down to the beautiful lotus feet of my spiritual master, by whose causeless mercy I have obtained the supreme holy name, the divine mantra, the service of the son of Sachimata, Lord Chaitanya, the association of Srila Swarupa Damodar, Rupa Goswami, and his older brother Sanatan Goswami, the supreme abode of Mathura, the blissful abode of Vrindavan, the divine Radha Kund, Govardhan Hill, and the desire within my heart for the loving service of Sri Radhika and Madhav in Vrindavan. So, all Guru Srila Prabhupada. So my personal realization, I was meditating on Srila Prabhupada and just reflecting back, all this year, where I endeavored to become devotee, but still learning. So while I was in India, even when I came to New Zealand, I was very materially inclined, I was not in touch of any of the Vedic culture at all. But the first impact made by one of the devotee who tried to sold me a Srila Prabhupada's book. And I still remember that moment. I saw the Krishna's photograph on those books he asked me to buy. And I felt actually ashamed, when I saw that actually this white devotee, actually tried to sell me a book, and actually came to my mind that I should be doing this. And actually I was in a hurry, so I actually said, okay, give it to me, and he gave me 5-6 different books, and I actually just paid the money and I just ran away. And actually I didn't really read those books for so long, but after actually few years, I remember that actually I kept these books in my bag, so I opened up and I started reading Bhagavad Gita, because I know Bhagavad Gita was very important scripture, and I always I always wanted to read that and try to understand, but I didn't understand a thing at the time, so I just closed the book. And after so many years later, I came in touch with his Amrish Prabhu's program in Namata. And then actually we actually learned everything about Srila Prabhupada. At that time, I even didn't know who was Srila Prabhupada. But it is said that actually, Srila Prabhupada has this ability of actually lifting a person from a gutter, and actually make him a devotee. And I relate very well to that, because actually I can see where would I have been, if I didn't come in contact with the devotees, Actually, I was in Christchurch at the time when I was in New Zealand initially, and it was very hard to actually even get a vegetarian meal there. So one of the actually devotee invited me to go to the Christchurch temple, and I went there, had a prasadam, and I was actually struck by actually seeing, all the devotees. There's so many white devotees in Christchurch at the time, and they were all singing and dancing. And that made a big impact on me, and I thought this is wonderful, actually I said myself at the time that how did I actually didn't know anything about ISKCON all this while, even I was living in India. And after that, then actually it took few years to actually come back to Auckland. Then actually I actually started going to temple and then Nahamata, and that's how actually I learned about Srila Prabhupada. But actually it is the Srila Prabhupada, who actually preach this Vedic culture, in the Western countries, and if he didn't actually go, to the US at that point, and if he didn't begin this movement, so I would be still, suffering without knowing, and actually still engrossed in this material activities, So basically, actually, Srila Prabhupada saved me, my family, So I'm actually eternally indebted to Srila Prabhupada, because even actually I'm not really fortunate enough to actually see Srila Prabhupada in person. But still, when I actually listen to Srila Prabhupada, I'm very fond of actually listening to his lectures. And I also will read his instruction in his books. And you feel like you are actually associating with Srila Prabhupada, You can actually feel the instructions. And as Srila Prabhupada was very fearless, actually I was reading, I was trying to meditate on his qualities. And there is very nice verse in Srimad Bhagavatam 1.18.2 in a purport. It is stated, a self-surrendered devotee of Lord is called Narayan Parayan. Such a person is never afraid of any place or person, not even of a death. For him, nothing is important as Supreme Lord, and thus he gives equal importance to heaven and hell. He knows well that both heaven and hell are creations of the Lord, and similarly, life and death are different conditions of existence created by the Lord. But in all conditions, in all circumstances, remembrance of Narayan is essential. The Narayan Parayan practices this constantly. So actually, Srila Prabhupada is actually living example of this, what is actually written here as Narayan Parayan personality, when I read actually your ever well-wisher, and it was, it is very actually impactful, when you actually read it for first time. And how Srila Prabhupada actually went to the West in such an advanced age, with few dollars in his pocket, and the difficulties he actually endured initially till the time he actually, started his movement there. He used to cook 3 times a week for 20 plus people, in such an advanced age. Is not actually possible for ordinary beings like me. He used to stand in a park and chant alone. So he actually, when I actually read all about this, and I know actually this personality is not ordinary, and what he did actually only and only because of his extreme causeless mercy, there are now millions of devotees, who's following this Bhakti Yoga process. And I'm also actually attracted to this actually Bhakti Yoga, process, and we are actually doing our best to follow it. Another actually quality of Srila Prabhupada, I can relate to Srimad Bhāgavatam, Canto 1, Chapter 18, verse 48. Actually, I'll just read the translation. The devotee of Lord are so forbearing that even though they are defamed, cheated, cursed, disturbed, neglected, or even killed, they are never inclined to avenge themselves. So we can see, actually Srila Prabhupada, when you read the biography, Srila Prabhupada was initially, actually, he didn't receive any cooperation from his god brother when he actually tried to initiate the movement. He was constantly criticized. Even actually in his movement, some of his own disciples actually revolted against him. So when I see all that, to actually bear all this and still continue is not possible for everyone, but Srila Prabhupada did this, and he never ever actually avenged anything against anyone. He actually, as it is said, he was a Paramahamsa who actually saw everyone as a spirit soul, part and parcel of the actually Supreme Lord Krishna. So there is so much to talk about Srila Prabhupada, but actually this is some of the things actually I wanted to share. And as there is a quote in Srila Prabhupada Lilamrit, Kiritir Yasasa Jivati, so even great devotees, they are not in this world, but they live by actually their instructions, their instructions are pretty much alive, that we actually feel and we actually follow. And Srila Prabhupada says that actually whenever we try to actually follow his instruction in a sincere mood, he is always with us. So I pray to Srila Prabhupada that actually please engage me, constantly in his service to spread this message of Krishna conscious, So actually that is actually prayer. That is what I pray to Srila Prabhupada. And without his grace, it is not possible to preach anything. So I'm eternally indebted to Srila Prabhupada, what he has done for me and everyone. And actually, we continue to learn more and more through his actually instructions in his books. And one of his instructions, Srila Prabhupada took so many efforts, he slept only a couple of hours a night to write all these books. So at least we should feel the obligation to actually read that, sincerely and try to implement that in our life. So that is what I actually, decided to do, to my best of my abilities. So Hare Krishna, thank you very much.
Jai Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. Thank you very much, Sita Prabhu. For a nice homage. Yes, please.
Ekeshri Mataji. Hare Krishna. Ekeshri, you there? Haribol, welcome. Is your good husband nearby? Can we drag him out here and have it? Here's some of his wonderful, inspiring realizations. Radhika Mahaprabhu, please come out of the kitchen and be kind to us.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Jai Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. Imam Vishnu Padar Krishna Krishna Vitale Shrimati Bhakti Vedanta Samiti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Prashayana Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Devashatayana. So this year I've been meditating on probably even more deeply how merciful Srila Prabhupada was, is on the conditioned souls of this material world. And those of us especially who have had the great fortune to come to Krishna consciousness, and to read Prabhupada's books, and to associate with his devotees, to render some service to his ISKCON movement, and to help push it on. Our good fortune is unfathomable. And I was thinking in the last few days about how Srila Prabhupada celebrated Janmashtami on the Jaladuta on the way to the United States. And how poignant and how interesting that Prabhupada basically started off his preaching on the ship, preaching to the crew members on Janmashtami. And the following day, Satsarup Maharaj writes that Prabhupada observed, it was Prabhupada's appearance day and observed without ceremony. So now all over the world we're observing Prabhupada's appearance day with so much ceremony. And whenever I think of Prabhupada on that boat, alone, heading off into the unknown, celebrating Janmashtami and preaching to the crew members, taking confidence just from his books, the trunks of books that he picked up along the way, along the journey, and just the bare, meager supplies that he took with him, some cereal, and not knowing that even that he would be able to get vegetables to eat in America. It touches me so deeply, and it reinforces my commitment to Srila Prabhupada and Srila Prabhupada's society. And it makes me think that somehow or other I need to dedicate myself and rededicate myself and see what opportunities there are for me and for all of us somehow or other to engage in pushing on Prabhupada's movement, whether we apparently are part of the official society or not. But Prabhupada's movement is much more than just a building. Prabhupada's movement is his devotees and his books and his preaching and all his words and all his actions and all his activities and everything that he gave to us. And before we have to leave this mortal frame, we really need to try and assimilate this and meditate on this and see what we can do to help push this on. So that's been my meditation for some time now, but especially in the last few days. And I pray and beg Srila Prabhupada that somehow or other, before I have to leave this body, I can do something for him. I'm not as fortunate as some devotees that had more close association with Srila Prabhupada. But my realization is that I can get the same association to Prabhupada's books. And Prabhupada's books are the most important thing to me in the entire world. And I just pray that somehow or other I can actually do something for Prabhupada so that his life is not wasted. Jai Srila Prabhupada, Ki Jai, Hare Krishna.
Jai Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Thank you very much, Radhika Prabhu. Very nice, wonderful. It is so nice to have devotees and the points of view, the moods in which, just like Krishna is unlimited, so his pure devotee is also unlimited with unlimited characteristics. It touches us, all of us. Thank you. Thank you, Hare Krishna. Please. I think we have children doing a small offering as well, I'm told. Would you like to start? The children, are they ready for doing this? Who would like to start first?
Yes, Prabhuji. Navina Mataji also.
So,
yeah.
They're doing it together or they're doing separately? What is it?
I think first 2 seed verses Navina will sing for Prabhupada and then Subhadra will.
Okay. Seed verses they're going to sing, huh?
Seed verses, yes.
Bhagavad Gita.
Bhagavad Gita.
Bhagavad Gita seed verses.
Wonderful. Please, please. Hare Krishna. Prabhupada ki jai.
That's all right.
Nice, nice. Sing.
Jai Shri Prabhupada ki jai.
Jai. Sing first verse.
Aham sarvasya prabhaho mata sarvam pavatate iti matra bhajante mam Buddha bhava samanvitaha. I'm the source of all spiritual and material worlds. Everything emanates from me. The wise who know this perfectly engage in my devotional service and worship me with all their hearts. Machitta matagata pranam bodhayanta parasparam tatyamavitam dusanti chadamanti cha. The thoughts of my pro-devotees dwell in me. Their lives are fully devoted to my service, and they derive great satisfaction and bliss from always enlightening one another and convincing about me.
Jai. Haribol, Navina ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Very nice.
Haribo.
Okay, so now Subhadra is going to say, okay. The microphone, please.
Tatami buddhi yogam tamerana upyanti te. To those who are contently devoted to serving me with love, I give them the understanding by which they can come to me. Tesamivanu kampatam ajnanam tamaha nashamya papavasto ganti pena pashvata. To show them stress of mercy dwelling in their hearts, destroy the shining lamp of knowledge, the darkness born of ignorance.
Jai Srila Prabhupada ki
Jai.
Subhadra wants to share something else, Prabhuji. She made for Srila Prabhupada. This is the the card she made, and she written something on it.
It's not, I couldn't see it well. It wasn't clear.
Oh.
No, I'm not seeing. Oh, maybe it's my, oh, beautiful. Drawing of Prabhupada. I don't know why it's fading in and out. Beautiful.
She written something for Prabhupada, so she'll share it.
Prabhupada started.
Louder.
Prabhupada started Krishna consciousness.
Louder.
For everybody, so everybody knows Krishna. He started chanting. He spreaded Krishna consciousness throughout the day. He is strict in chanting, and you should be serious in chanting too. Here,
Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Jai Srila Prabhupada.
Ki jai.
Haribo, thank you so much.
Thank you, Prabhuji.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Navina. Thank you to Subhadra. Very nice. Very nice. The card as well. Wonderful. Wonderful. Now, I'm told we have got Kevala Bhakti, who has written an offering as well. She would like to speak. Wonderful.
Yes, Kevala.
Hare Krishna.
Dear Srila Prabhupada, you have taught us everything we need to know and more. You gave us the most precious gift of Hare Krishna Mahamantra to help us follow you back to Goloka Vrindavan. I used to wonder why you could not stay in the material world to instruct more people in Krishna consciousness. But then I realized you do not belong here in the material world, but with Radha and Krishna in Goloka Vrindavan as one of their dearest gopis. Just looking at a picture of you, I can see what a sincere and humble devotee Srila Prabhupada was. He was very effulgent and appeared like a peacock among sparrows. We are forever indebted for the many Hare Krishna temples, farms, villages, and communities that Srila Prabhupada installed and inspired. Again, thank you, Srila Prabhupada. How can I ever repay you? Your servant, Kevala Bhakti.
Haribo. Beautiful.
Very nice. Kevala Bhakti, Mataji, very nice. Hare Krishna. Kevala Bhakti Mataji ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Very nice. Hare Krishna. Please, please, more nectar should be flowing. It's flowing very nicely.
I'm going to jump in if no one else is. I'll read my offering if you like.
What do you feel, Prabhuji? Hare Krishna.
Well, hopefully Tulsi will speak. I think Krishnendu and Nikunjavasini may have left. All right. Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, as I mentioned before. Well, Prabhupada says in the first canto, second chapter of Srimad Bhagavatam, quote, the Lord declares in the Bhagavad Gita, 1869, that no one is dearer to him than one who risks everything to preach his glory. So we know that's exactly what Prabhupada does and is doing. He risks being condemned, criticized. He was criticized far and wide. He risked his life. He had 2 heart attacks coming across from India on the Jolly Duty. He had another heart attack when he was in America. Dear most Srila Prabhupada, please accept my most humble and respectful obeisances at your lotus feet. You are the personified universal panacea and perfect holistic health advisor. That is a fact. You provide us with all the perfect directions and counsel to navigate this perilous world and to achieve the highest expression and goal of our full spiritual nature in our relationship with Lord Sri Krishna Chaitanya and his devotees. Quote, everything is in my books, end quote, you declared boldly. The more I become faithful in these words of yours, the more my life becomes easy. However, becoming fully faithful in you and your words is for me the quote unquote hard part. That is surrendering my mind and chanting Krishna's holy names without offense and regularly studying, discussing, and sharing your books. Please, Srila Prabhupada, continue to help me to better understand how to do that. And to choose to do it enthusiastically. In London in 1971, at our initiation ceremony, many of you have probably heard me say this, and I'll continue to say it every time I speak, maybe. You told us, quote, if you simply chant 16 rounds a day and follow the 4 regular principles, there is nothing in this world that can keep you from going back to Godhead in this lifetime. Then you raised your index finger for emphasis and stated assertively, and that is a fact. End quote. How do I best do that? In my struggle to chant Hare Krishna with lessening offense, Krishna showed me something you said, which surprised and struck me. Something you said, which surprised and struck me. I'll preface that statement of yours, the third one I'm listing here, with 2 other statements that segue into it. So the statement that's surprised and struck me most is the third. I'm going to read 2 before that lead into it. In Srimad Bhagavatam 7.9.38, you write, quote, the entire Krishna consciousness movement is based on the principles of the Sankirtan movement. The entire Krishna consciousness movement is based on the principles of the Sankirtan movement, inaugurated by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Second quote, This is a statement Prabhupada made in a lecture, Srimad Bhagavatam lecture in Vrindavan. Although, yeah, so he says, therefore, this is the second statement, therefore, one who tries to understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead through the medium of the Sankirtan movement knows everything perfectly. I'll repeat that. Therefore, one who tries to understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead through the medium of the Sankirtan movement knows everything perfectly. He is Sumedhas, a person with substantial intelligence, end quote. I wondered what you meant by this, and more specifically, how that works for me, for us. I then remembered that momentous statement you made in the lecture in Vrindavan. Sorry, I mixed up where that second one came from. So this is the quote that I mentioned as really striking me. Quote, this is the statement that Prabhupada made in the Srimad Bhagavatam lecture in 1976 in Vrindavan. Quote, we have learned from our Guru Maharaj that preaching is very, very important thing. And when one is actually an experienced preacher, then he is able to chant Hare Krishna mantra without any offense. I'll repeat that. And when one is actually an experienced preacher, then he is able to chant Hare Krishna mantra without any offense. Before that, this so-called chanting Hare Krishna mantra, you may practice without any offense, without any offenses, end quote. This astonishes and astounds me, as I always thought that when I become an expert and experienced chanter, then I'll be able to preach effectively. I always thought like that. When I become an expert chanter, then I'll be able to preach effectively. So far, I have never heard of anywhere else where you said or wrote anything like that. It hit and impressed me profoundly, more than what you say usually does. Probably because it speaks so meaningfully and practically to me at present. With this one statement, you have clarified and deepened my understanding of your message. As always, you bring me to a deeper understanding of how to act in this world, here and now. You bring me to closer understanding and following our Sri Gauranga, the Panchatattva, and their Sankirtan lifestyle. You are the transcendental Pied Piper. Then I ask, well, how best do I become an experienced preacher? In my research, I found many instructions about the proper mood and mentality required to bring ourselves and others closer to Krishna. Here are a few. In a letter in 1972, December 31, quote, the highest development of Krishna consciousness understanding will be when you're able to give anyone the truth in such a manner that they will respond in a positive way. This is not what we call Gita bashing. You don't smash people in an arrogant way. You give it to them in such a way they respond in a positive way. In Bhagavad Gita 6:32, you say, he is a perfect yogi who, by comparison to his own self, sees the true equality of all beings in both their happiness and their distress. Purport. One who is Krishna conscious is a perfect yogi. He is aware of everyone's happiness and distress by dint of his own personal experience. So if we enter the world by really listening to, really understanding a person, then we can empathize and understand where they're really at and speak accordingly. That's my comment. Srimad Bhagavatam 10:10-14. I think this is a quote from Prabhupada. No, 10th chapter is still Prabhupada. Quote, by seeing their faces, one whose body has been pricked by pins can understand the pain of others who are pinpricked. Realizing that this pain is the same for everyone, he does not want others to suffer in the same way. Purport. Unless one comes to the platform of actual experience, one cannot realize what is pain and what is happiness in this world, this material world. Srimad Bhagavatam 6:10-9, quote, if one is unhappy to see the distress of other living beings and happy to see their happiness, his religious principles are appreciated as imperishable by exalted persons who are considered pious and benevolent. Purport. In this verse, real religious principles are explained. Everyone should be unhappy to see others in distress and happy to see others happy. Atmavat sarvabhuteshu. One should feel the happiness and distress of others as his own. Srimad Bhagavatam 5:26, chapter summary. God has given advanced consciousness to the human being. Therefore, he can feel the suffering and happiness of other living beings. We are meant to learn, if we aren't doing it already, to feel others' suffering and happiness. We're not dead stone. We're meant to be soft-hearted, although grave and intelligently discriminating who we do what with. Of course, we don't just do anything with anyone. Therefore, he can feel the suffering and happiness of other living beings. The human being bereft of his conscience, however, is prone to cause suffering for other living beings. Devotee knows one quality of the pure devotee, one of the 26 qualities. He never gives anxiety to anyone else. September 1, 1975, letter to Badri Narayan Das, quote, "You have to deal tactfully in your preaching. Do not compromise the truth, but speak palatably so he does not reject it, but accepts it. That is preaching." End quote. Srila Prabhupada, you are clearly advising us, to be tactful, respectful, like gentlemen and women, to be empathic and compassionate and generous, and that is possible without compromising the truth. Such a valuable aspiration for me. And you show us how to be and act that way perfectly yourself. Your qualities and perfect abilities shine brilliantly in the darkness of the selfishness, avarice, lust, greed, hypocrisy, and cheating of this terrible age. You are the epitome of the Goshtyanandi, who doesn't care for his own spiritual advancement or salvation. You, like Sri Prahlad Maharaj and Vasudev Dutt, have one concern only, that people become free from illusion and suffering, become Krishna conscious, and live in loving service to him. You are the true empath because you can read, quote unquote, you can read, see, understand, perceive, and experience the happiness and distress of the individual soul as if it's your own. And you are ready to give yourself fully to serve that person for his highest benefit without any prejudice whatsoever. What could be more kind, selfless, generous, empathic, and compassionate? Because of your purity and absolute surrender to and sacrifice for pleasing your spiritual master, Krishna empowers you to continue to guide directly and personally, anyone who is inclined to advance in Krishna consciousness. And you will continue to do so for at least the next 10,000 years. What I understand is that if I genuinely desire to understand Krishna, chant his holy names without any offense, and thus become Krishna conscious, the direct route is very specific and clear. Having said that, exactly how I personally apply and practice this direction will be seen in my personal efforts, my surrender, my association, my inquiry, my exploration, and my service mood. My focus is on becoming an experienced expert preacher according to my own proclivity, my psychophysical nature, and actively carrying that out. So there's more, but I'm not gonna, maybe more later, but I don't want to read too much. I'll finish up with, when I first joined your army, I never had any questions. I found that I could relate with and accept everything. As I have become purified due to your purity and the power of your words, I find that my deeper unclarity is revealed, and thus I have relevant questions. This process you have given us, connecting with Krishna, guides me forward. Srila Prabhupada, I cannot express my gratitude to you enough, but know that you never give up on me, and that by holding on to your guidance tightly and closely, I will always be safe. With the greatest appreciation and love, your aspiring, committed disciple, Atmananda Das. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Atmananda Prabhu. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Yes. I see Bodhimanta Prabhu has joined us. He's taking some time off from his busy schedule. He's also has an important appointment right now. And our request, I think, if hopefully he can speak few words in homage, it'll be wonderful. Can you hear me, Prabhuji? Bodhimanta Prabhu, Hare Krishna.
Can you hear us, buddy? Buddy, if you can hear us, say something. Can you hear us, buddy? Whoops.
The connection issue there.
Oh.
Maybe he'll join us. It's wonderful he could accept our request, you know. You have to go for an appointment, so please, if you can still join. He said, I'll try his job.
I expect he'll try again.
Jai. Okay, maybe we can continue with our homage program. As you would join us, and give us his homages too. Yes, Divyanshi, it's very late out there. I think you want to. This is your first Vyasapuja in your life. So, would you like to say a few words? And we hope and pray that this will not be your last. There'll be many, many more Vyasapujas as long as you live, and you will involve and preach to others as well, and celebrate Srila Prabhupada's Vyasapuja every year. You have to say a few words? Please feel free if you prepared something.
Yes, Prabhuji, Hare Krishna. I am obviously nowhere near qualified to give my realization, yeah. But I'd still like to say a few words. That when I was preparing for this, I was thinking about preparing for this. I picked up how there's an order of books in ISKCON that you can read of Prabhupada. So the first book there is On the Way to Krishna. I had that book in my room, so I was going through the first chapter of that book. And I was thinking, before reading it, because I did not remember what was the first chapter. So I thought that maybe there would be something very basic or very fundamental that would help us, gradually go on, or something that's not really that core to the principles of Krishna consciousness. But I read the first chapter, and the first chapter in itself encapsulated everything. Like there was nothing missing. Like Prabhupada just starts off with, how this material happiness is not fulfilling, and how the actual happiness in this world you can get only through Krishna consciousness. So I was thinking about this, that this is the first chapter of the first book, and still Prabhupada has not left anything out, and repeatedly as throughout this course of however long I've been in Krishna consciousness, I see that every paragraph, every line of every book of Prabhupada, it does not deviate from the course. All of it is just surrounding Krishna. And often we find in the middle of our lectures that Ambrish Prabhu or Avinash Prabhu would highlight one line, and it would encapsulate everything perfectly. So I was thinking that how everything that Prabhupada has taught us or written in his books is so absolutely complete, right? And that if anyone meditates on just one line or one paragraph perfectly, how potent that message is, how absolutely powerful every single one of his books is. And, how dedicated he was to his cause, that he did not deviate even a single line from the message of Krishna consciousness. And he's made so many simple analogies to help us or help me understand, at this point. And Ambrish Prabhu always says that that's the difference between a master and an expert, because a master simplifies it, a teacher simplifies difficult concept for you. And there is an ample of so many simple analogies that Prabhupada makes in his books that makes it so easy for me to understand. And, like Shita Prabhu was saying, that Prabhupada can lift lift a person from the gutter and make him into a devotee. When I heard this point from him, I was thinking that is actually what he did to me. Because I can realize now that if Prabhupada had not come into my life, then it would be so much more difficult for me, because I was very lost as a person, as a youth, as a young person. As Krishnadas Prabhu said, that your identity is very important. And as a young person, I did not have any sense of identity, and that sense of identity is what Prabhupada provided to me. And my only complaint, if at all, is that he didn't come into my life sooner enough, And his unflinching faith in what he was doing. It's so apparent, because he did not twist his words around at all. He said what was the truth without any fear for any controversy or any objection from people. He had high standards, and he always upheld them. And that's what makes me look at him and go that I'm nowhere near as good as I should be or as I can be, because I look at him and he has the highest of all the standards, and he exemplifies it at all times. And I remember reading this in one of the transcendental mellows that was sent in one of the groups, that or one of the posters, that Prabhupada used to before, like at night before he used to go to sleep, somebody used to bring him one flower, and he used to smell it, and if I don't remember the exact wordings, but it said that Prabhupada would smell the flower, and it would smell so nice that he would smile and say that this is Krishna. And I was thinking that he, like, when he says that you need to remember Krishna at all times, 24/7, he actually does exemplify it, because I was thinking that if I were it, I would just smell the flower and then go on with my life. But Prabhupada actually takes the time and the effort to see Krishna everywhere, even in the fragrance of a flower. So like everything that he writes, he exemplifies it so beautifully. And it's that I'm so grateful to him, because he came into my life and he turned everything upside down, and I didn't even realize. And I'm incredibly grateful that I'm incredibly grateful for everything he's taught us. So yeah, Hare Krishna.
Jai, thank you, Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Yes, Srila Prabhupada turned everyone's life upside down. Very lovingly. Hare Krishna. Thank you very much. Now, I think Suniti Mataji would like to give her homage. Please, Mother. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you all for your heartfelt realizations. Obviously, my offering is subject to my level of Krishna consciousness. So I thought something better than nothing. So this is why I did quickly this morning. Dear Srila Prabhupada, all glories to your divine appearance day. I set my son in front of me, trying to impart my wisdom of 5 love language to him. So I have the attention so that he can give and receive love and be a happy person. I was puzzled by what I was trying to say to him, because I, as an adult and a parent, I'm still trying to figure out how to give love and be happy and looking for real happiness. The happiness that you, Srila Prabhupada, have described is that by loving God, one can really love one's children and be happy. That's why I've written. So I just want to elaborate a little bit more since we are online. I heard this lecture that was Urmila's father was asking Srila Prabhupada, say, can my daughter love her son to develop love for God? Papa said, no, you cannot learn to love God by loving your son, the other way around. By loving God, you can love your son. When I first time heard this conversation, I thought, "Ooh, I'm not sure." What wasn't not sure? I wasn't really. I didn't understand. Well, I'm still trying to understand. The point I'm trying to make here is that I will carry on to read. As a mother who loves my children the most, I have a good intention to do them good. However, my condition limits and frustrates me to serve and to love properly. Dear Srila Prabhupada, you have given me the greatest treasure of knowledge, Krishna consciousness. By chanting of the Mahamantra, the touchstone to regain self-realization, to learn how to connect with and serve Krishna. I experienced that when I'm well situated in my consciousness by doing good japa, all the problems cease. There's enough love in my heart for everyone in the whole of Auckland city. That's a bit funny, but it's not funny. I do feel, as far as my consciousness is concerned, by good chanting, by practice Krishna consciousness, that's the only way to bring out the best of myself, to love, to serve. I beg your mercy for strength to practice this line process of Krishna consciousness. I'm grateful for you to have brought Krishna and Mahaprabhu's love and compassion to this pitiful, degraded, and lost soul. You have given the highest to the lowest. You have built a house that the whole world can live in, the house that we can get shelter from spiritual hunger and thirst, the house where we can find support from our God families, the house that we can find a solace from outside material energies, pain and suffering, the house full of acceptance, regardless where we are in our spiritual journey, and we can have our needs met. We can grow and progress. The house where we can truly be ourselves and be happy. The house where the spiritual TV is always on, so that we can have a glimpse of the transcendental world, where the sweet pastime of Krishna and his devotees fulfills our heart earnings. The house gives hope when there's a despair. The house where there's no more chewing of the chewed. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada. I pray for Krishna and Prabhupada to give me strength to carry on this process of Krishna consciousness. And thank you everyone for this opportunity. This humble offering. Hare Krishna.
Very nice. Thank you very much, Sunati Mataji. It was very nice offering. Hare Krishna from the heart. Very well.
That's thank you, Mother Suniti. That was so the point you made about how we can best give real, genuine love to our children, so they learn how to receive that and then give that themselves and their lives to others. Such a important and great challenge to connect with Krishna and know that he loves us and love ourselves, and therefore be able to love others in a real way, not in a sentimental way. Hare Krishna. Mother Akeshri, please, I hope you can hear us. Expect you can. Radhikatma Prabhu, please ask your good wife to say something for us, to us. about Srila Prabhupada or Hare Bol Mataji. Hare Krishna. I think you're still on mute.
Hare Krishna, everybody. Jai Shri Prabhupada, what a wonderful family we have. Vancha kalpa ke prachapin kusiku peva chapa chitana bhavani pyo shri pyo namaha. Jai Shri Prabhupada. Thank you, my dear Srila Prabhupada, for accepting me to your family. As this is our real home, true home. I'm grateful to be able to be in contact and adopt this culture and this lifestyle, which is actually our original constitutional position. But for so many years and even lifetimes, we've been told something else. I'm grateful to our dear Lord for sending one of his soldiers, his divine grace, to awaken us with the torchlight of knowledge, to bring out our natural dormant love for Krishna. I'm grateful to have the access for his literature, for Srila Prabhupada's books and literature, which gives me constant shelter and guidance. I'm grateful to have the association of the Vaishnavas, even in lockdown. We're still being able to see each other. This is so wonderful. We're a big family. And I'm grateful to have a very nice Vaishnava family, my husband and my son. A source of inspiration and guidance for me on a daily basis. And I pray that I can please Srila Prabhupada somehow if I just serve them nicely and serve my family and serve everybody around me. Jai Srila Prabhupada. Thank you for allowing me.
Prabhupada ki jai. Thank you very much, Mother.
Thank you, Ambarish Prabhu, for organizing this program. It's really wonderful.
Thanks to all of you for joining in. It's so nice, very enlivening. So nice. Hare Krishna. Devotees are like flowers of Prabhupada, garden of Prabhupada. All different fragrance. Collectively, it's very beautiful. So nice. Thank you.
Thank you, Mataji. That was moving. And I'm so glad you and your husband decided to join us, even though it's different from what we would prefer.
Hare Krishna, I think my wife, she would like to give her offering very quickly. I think she's a little reluctant to show her face because she's cooking. So she'll be on in the kitchen area and giving her homages. Hare Krishna, are you free, Krishnadas? Are you helping her? It's all ready now? You can please go ahead. Thank you.
Hare Krishna. Namo Vishwabadaya Krishna Prasaya Bhutale Srimati Mahavishnu Swami Niti Namane. Namo Vishwabadaya Krishna Prasaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namane. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pacharine. Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashat Deshatarine. Jai Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Thank you so much to all the dear devotees for giving your wonderful association. I remember that my first introduction to Krishna consciousness was in India through my Prabhuji. And we were just newly married and used to take me to the temples there. But I was trying to understand what was happening. And, just remember that he had one desire, like, all of us have desires. So he had also one desire. And his desire was to make friends with devotees of Lord Krishna. And for me, I was introduced to Krishna in my life earlier, but I thought, okay, that's a very interesting desire to have. And I could, I had the fortune to associate with some of the great devotees back in India as well. And then when we came to New Zealand, I remember when we came, the first thing he was trying to do was find out where the Hare Krishna ISKCON temple is, what the address is. And I remember the call distinctly, and the devotee picking up the phone and giving us an instruction. I still remember the instruction: you take SH16 and then you take a right turn to Riverhead Coatesville Highway. Because I was listening to the instruction as well of how to come there. And when we came to New Zealand, and when I came to the temple for the first time, it was a completely amazing experience for me. And I do remember one thing I should mention, that when I went to the temple, there's aarti going on, and then I could see that it was a Sunday afternoon, and I could see that the devotees were roaring and in their kirtan, and they were jumping and dancing. And when I saw, okay, Krishna is here and the devotees are somewhere else. And so where are they? And then I saw that they were all glorifying Srila Prabhupada, I think Srila Prabhupada's Aarti. And when I saw that, I thought, who is this personality that everyone is glorifying so much? It was just amazing. I had never seen something like that before. And then I just happened to go to the little library, which was on the right-hand side of the temple. I remember a dear Madhuri Mataji was there. And I asked her, do you have a book or something that I can read? And she said to me, yes, I do have a book. And she gave me Srila Prabhupada's small version of Your Ever Well-Wisher. And she said to me that, please read this book. This book has changed my life. And when she said that, I said, wow, that's great. Now I had the desire in my heart to know more about this great personality that everyone was glorifying, not knowing that the book that she is giving me is also about Srila Prabhupada. And this is how Krishna works and how Srila Prabhupada works their wonders. And believe me, I took the book and I just, out of curiosity, started to read it. Oh, and the other thing Mataji also said to me was that this is one book that changed my life, and that you will not stop reading. And when I started to read the book, I just could not put it down until I finished it. It's a very small version of Srila Prabhupada's Lilamrita. And I can definitely say that reading that book changed my life as well. Like everyone says, it's a U-turn. That short glimpse into the life of Srila Prabhupada and the personality that everyone was glorifying, it just all made so much sense to me that why, everyone is doing what they're doing. And then the curiosity increased. And of course, so that was my first introduction. And I feel that ever since Srila Prabhupada has appeared in our lives, life has completely changed. And I always wish, after reading Srila Prabhupada's books, and reading about his qualities, reading the qualities of the devotees, I thought the first and foremost thing that really came to my mind was the genuinity. Everything that Srila Prabhupada did, he was so genuine. He was genuinely our ever well-wisher. He was genuinely knowledgeable. He was genuinely intelligent, genuinely knew about everything, even about the small gadgets. I remember the memories listening in memories of Srila Prabhupada, that the small, dictaphone or whatever, without even reading the manual, Srila Prabhupada knew how to operate it, how to live your life. Srila Prabhupada was the one who actually made me realize that I am suffering. until then, I did not know that I was suffering. I was suffering, but I didn't know that I was suffering. So just to put everything into context, I just feel that there is everything about Srila Prabhupada is amazing and so attractive. But I feel in today's world, it is so hard to find a genuine person who is really a well-wisher and who is really wanting to preach the message of Lord Sri Krishna. The other thing I want to really point out is Srila Prabhupada's books. As many devotees earlier mentioned, we did not meet Srila Prabhupada in person, but yes, we do feel that we are meeting Srila Prabhupada in person if we make that humble, sincere attempt to read his books. And I feel also another incident I would like to say is me and my Prabhuji, when we were young and when we were married, we wanted to find out about all these things. How is life? What is life? Where does it come from? How does this happen? And we did so much research. I mean, he did more research, but I was tagging along as well and getting the information. But when we came into contact with Srila Prabhupada's books, it had all the answers, everything. And I felt at that time, I wish these books could have come earlier in my life. I wish these books could become like compulsory in your schools. And that would make the society so much better. Unfortunately, it came to me after a while. And I think that if I would have read Srila Prabhupada's books earlier, I would have probably been more equipped to deal with this material world. But having said that, there's always a time for everything. And, I just feel that I want to make the most of it. I want to make that effort to read Srila Prabhupada's books and be able to understand just another point, that when I'm going to work every single day, I can see that people are there. There are all types of people you meet. There are people at top level, CEOs, CFOs, name it. But everyone is suffering. And some of them do acknowledge that they're suffering as well. I always mention this point, like we have a discussion with my Prabhuji and my son also. And my dear Guru Maharaj, His Holiness Mahavishnu Goswami Maharaj used to always say that you should give the philosophy of Krishna consciousness in a way that people can understand. I don't have that much ability to do that. I am not an expert at all. But in whatever little way, if I have that conversation with the people that I associate with at work, I can see that it makes a difference to their lives. I can see that prasadam makes a difference to their lives. And that just made me think that actually this Krishna consciousness is so important that it has to be spread everywhere, all around the world. The need is there. I don't have the ability to do that so boldly. I really wish that I have the strength to do that and just support the WECAN programs so we can reach great heights and just make everyone Krishna conscious. And last but not least, I really want to thank all the great devotees who are present here, because when I came into Krishna consciousness, my most favorite festival was Srila Prabhupada's appearance day. And the reason why that was because of the beautiful realizations that all the devotees shared. And I felt, when I attended the program first, I always started to advocate this to everyone around me, to tell them that, this is one day when you should take your time off and really attend it, because this really elevates you. It's like motivating you, elevating you, and having this wonderful association of devotees. I think, everything else then can fall into place. I think it's of most of all the types of devotional service. So once again, from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for your wonderful association and wonderful realizations. And I just pray to Srila Prabhupada that, we can boldly just spread your message and not only glorify Lord Sri Krishna, but glorify Srila Prabhupada, because as my son rightly said, Srila Prabhupada definitely deserves to be written in the history books. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Very nice. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very, very much, Mataji. That was really struck me and inspired me. And I'm sure if you maybe are minimizing what you're doing already, I think you probably are. We can probably all assert that as far as increasing your desire to have more potential, more potency, more confidence maybe, and reaching more people, affecting more people more deeply, then I know that Krishna will give that to you more and more as you pray and desire and take full responsibility for your full spiritual potency. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Prabhuji, for your encouragement. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Who'd like to give the homage now, please? Yeah, Chris. Yes, please. Understood.
Hare Krishna, everybody. My name's Chris, and yeah, well, I don't know. I'm just a brand new devotee, and I don't really know a lot about
Prabhupada.
Prabhupada, yeah.
Prabhupada, yes.
Prabhupada, yeah. But I've read two of his books. The one about Lord Chaitanya that Atmamanda gave me the other night, and the one on reincarnation, and I just find them really amazing. I first discovered the Krishnas in Wellington at the glorious Bhakti Lounge, and I'd go up there and I'd sing and just be inspired by their beautiful words, and of course the wonderful food was just really holy and amazing. And yeah, that was probably about 15 years ago, I think. and that got me interested in sort of mantras, and I've been chanting the Hare Krishna mantra sort of every day since then. And yeah, and I've sort of rekindled things now. I'm up here in Whangarei. And yeah, so we find ourselves here in 2021. We're being locked down, and it's a depressing time for a lot of people. It's very harsh and hard. And but what I really find from the Krishna and what Prabhupada has set up is just, this has been a real, like, just meeting. Whenever I'm with the Krishnas, I just feel so much love, and it's just radiating out, and I can feel it. And it's something that I don't feel a lot. It's fairly rare. And I was actually living just across the road from Atmamanda for a couple of weeks, and he went back to Auckland, and then he came back, and you could actually feel his presence leaving and coming as the sort of love sort of left, and I think that was his presence. So it's quite amazing. So we're all being sort of stalked by COVID, and it's very dangerous. And I've had some of the vaccines, and you feel quite sick after that. Yeah, it's going around the world, and who knows how it started or why it started, and everyone's really scared. And yeah, worst case scenario, you're in hospital or you die, which is the worst thing. And like in New Zealand, there hasn't been too much of that, but I can see on the media and the hysteria that's sort of engulfed the entire world that everyone's scared, and it's pretty bad. Yeah. So I was reading hope you don't mind me going on about something. I just texted you. I've been reading the Gita just recently, and I was really inspired. And this is something amazing that the Krishnas have sort of introduced me to, and I just think it's one of the most incredible books in the world. I listen to a chapter every morning, and I was really inspired because I listened to the autobiography of Robert Oppenheimer, the man who invented the nuclear bomb or the atomic bomb, and he loved the Bhagavad Gita as well. And he, when the first one exploded, he quoted it and said, "I have become death, the destroyer of worlds." Love it. And I'm really inspired by this. I think it's in chapter 2 or chapter 3 where he goes, Arjuna's, talking about, I don't really want to kill anyone, and I don't want to do my duty, or I've got this other idea. And Krishna just goes, if you think that you can kill, and if you think that you can be killed, then you don't understand what's really going on here in reality. And that's talking about the actual immortality of us. And when I think about this COVID that's going around, and then at the same time, I think of Krishna's words, it just, all the fear drops away. I'm not actually really that scared of it. I mean, I've had asthma my entire life, so I know chest infections, and you feel like you're suffocating or being strangled. So I pay particular attention to it. But actually, we're not going to die. We're going to be, when the time comes, you're going to close your eyes and then you're going to open straight back up. It just doesn't happen. What we think, well, we're being told that's the illusion, it's the Maya. So this sort of scary stuff about the COVID and that's actually the Maya. That's the threat that you're going to end, and the fear that comes with that is actually not real. Well, that's what Krishna teaches us anyway. But yeah, and there's lots of people that are, hysterical, and we're all being locked down, and we've even got police sort of enforcing that, which is very, very, very scary. But I take lots of comfort in the words of Krishna, and also the fellowship with you guys that actually it's going to be okay. Yeah, and and so from Prabhupada's perspective, I'm really, really grateful for the organization he set up and his teachings, and just the love that sort of radiates out, and and the cooking, and the dancing, and the chanting. And I think when you combine all of those, you can feel really, really ecstatic, and you feel like you're really, really close to God. And sometimes when I chant and when I'm dancing, and this sort of happened the first time when we were doing the dancing at your place at Amanda, it really felt like someone else was there and was dancing and chanting through you, and that was a peak experience, and it's really, really important, and that's something I want to explore every day. So thank you all, and I've really, really enjoyed listening to all of you talk, and last night as well. That was really amazing. Everyone talking about Krishna and Prabhupada, and it was amazing watching the video before, the black and white one of him talking. Boy, his voice, wow, power, yeah, you could feel it, electricity. Yeah. Hare Krishna, everyone.
Thank you, Krishna. That's so inspiring. You're getting so much from the association. I wanted to ask Tulsi Das, would you please say a few words, share something if you can hear us? I don't mind putting you on the spot because I know you have so much realization, so much to share. Tulsi, you there? You don't need to see you even. Maybe you're in the garden. Tulsi's got about 3 green thumbs. He's also an expert kirtanier, one of my favorites now. If I can embarrass him. Tulsi, you there? Please say a few words. Hare Krishna.
Maybe he'll join us a bit later, cooking or something. Jai. Hare Krishna. So who would like to Now we've got very few remaining. We're very close to time now. We'll go a little over than 12 o'clock, but not too much. Please, Dolly Masari, would you like to say some?
Yes, Prabhuji, Hare Krishna. Thank you so much for all the nice realizations all the devotees shared. And all glories to Srila Prabhupada. Namo Vishwapadaya Krishna Pasthaya Bhutlaya Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namne. I would like to share my realization from Bhagavad Gita for Srila Prabhupada. In order to attain the highest perfection of life, one must approach a bona fide spiritual master. Coming in the disciplic succession from Lord Krishna himself, the self-realized spiritual master is able to present the real conclusion of Krishna's instructions in a way that can be understood and executed as applicable to this day and age. There is a special need and purpose and great need of accepting a bona fide spiritual master in this modern era. The rare opportunity to approach a bona fide self-realized spiritual master coming in the authorized chain of disciplic succession is available to everyone today and is indeed intended for everyone to take advantage of. Owing to the mercy of His Divine Grace, Srila Prabhupada, and by adhering to the principles and instructions given in your books, we can give ourselves the best opportunity, Srila Prabhupada, to understand the philosophy of Krishna consciousness and to serve the lotus feet of the Lord. In the Bhagavad Gita, 13th chapter, it is stated that one should execute the devotional service and advance on the path of spiritual knowledge by accepting the acharyas. And one should worship an acharya, a spiritual master who knows things as they are. We all know that you are the best example of such a personality. The Lord is seated in the heart of all living beings, and thus He knows very well the movement of all the individual persons. As soon as the Lord finds that a particular soul is very eager to go back to Godhead, the Lord at once sent His bona fide representative. The sincere devotee is thus assured by the Lord of going back to Godhead. So to get the assistance and help of a bona fide spiritual master means to receive the direct help of the Lord Himself. Now I understand that Srila Prabhupada, you are always present as by speaking of you and hearing about you, remembering you, and most significantly, by studying your books and following your instructions. We can experience your presence in every day in our lives. And I know that somehow or other, we came in touch with Srila Prabhupada. Our lives are becoming very peaceful. You wanted to preach. We believed in your words, Srila Prabhupada, and tried somehow or other to fulfill them. And then now, movement has become successful all over the world. Therefore, the faith in the words of the spiritual master and the supreme personality of Godhead is the secret of this great journey. We believe in the words of our spiritual master and started in a humble way, in a helpless way. And due to the spiritual force of the supreme authority, this movement has become so successful, and we really feel very fortunate to become the part of this movement. I would really like to say thank you so much, Srila Prabhupada, for coming in this world and changing all the lives and our lives. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. And thank you, Amrish Prabhu, for to be the instructor of Srila Prabhupada. So this is also very helpful. Thank you, Prabhuji.
Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Srila Prabhupada, thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Very nice. Very nice. Speaking from the heart is best. Yes, we've got now few devotees left. I would like to now request individually those who have not spoken, given the realizations, to encourage them to please give your realizations if you like. What about?
Has Ambarish Prabhu spoken?
I've heard everyone, Prabhuji.
Exactly.
This is enough.
I'm sure everyone would like to hear from you.
Thank you, Prabhuji. Once everyone speaks, I'll speak a few words if there's any time left. No? I'll do that.
We know what that means.
Thank you.
Can't squeeze out. And I do appreciate your humility and your encouragement of everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. Just in a few minutes, I'll let others.
What time would you like to finish?
Probably we are nearly 12 o'clock now. That was the original time, but there are very few remaining now. So we've got one Tulsidas Prabhu as well, one Saraswati Mataji, Prachi, and Narada Mataji, 4 remaining, and myself. Time.
5.
So it'll be maximum 25 minutes more, or it'll be less than that. So we'll see how it goes. Hope it's okay with everyone. Yes. Yes, Mother. Would you like to keep your video off, or?
Yes, Prabhuji. I'm in the kitchen, so.
Yes, please. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, dear devotees, and thank you very much, Amrish Prabhu, for organizing this very wonderful program for us and giving us opportunity. The first acquaintance with Srila Prabhupada for me is when I didn't know Srila Prabhupada when I was in India, but some devotees very mercifully took us to a Kumail temple, and then when we went there, we saw all the devotees very wonderfully doing the services and beautiful deities there. We were so overwhelmed because we were missing India so much that we never thought that we will get this opportunity to see this beautiful temple in New Zealand. And then also we got opportunity to attend Srila Prabhupada's birthday, Nandotsav, in temple. And then I was so surprised to look how happy the devotees were, just so excited, so well organized, and making so many things for Srila Prabhupada. The offering was like wonderful, so many items I have never seen in any temple. So this is my first acquaintance with Srila Prabhupada. And then as Punpragya Mataji said, even for me also, when we saw Madhuri Mataji, she actually gave this book, You're a Well-Wisher, to me. And then when I read it, it's so wonderful. I couldn't stop crying, actually. It's so heart-touching. So Srila Prabhupada, who is pure devotee of Krishna, he always said that whenever we hear Bhagavad Katha, it has to be spoken by a pure devotee and in disciplic succession, not for some mundane people who is doing Katha for just for some material benefit or some other benefit, which doesn't actually, to the listeners, it's not beneficial at all. So I would just like to share a shloka here. This is from Srimad Bhāgavatam, Canto 10, Chapter 1, Shloka 4. Nivrit tarshay rupgiyamanat bhavoshadha shrotri manobhiramat ka uttam shlok gunanuvadat puman virajit vina pashugnat. Translation by Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Glorification of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is performed in the Parampara system. That is, it is conveyed from spiritual master to disciple. Such glorification is relished by those no longer interested in the false, temporary glorification of this cosmic manifestation. Descriptions of the Lord are the right medicine for the conditioned soul, undergoing repeated birth and death. Therefore, who will cease hearing such glorification of the Lord except a butcher or one who is killing his own self? And Srila Prabhupada has very wonderfully explained in his purport. If we hear the glories of the Supreme Personality of Godhead from liberated persons, this hearing will certainly free us from the bondage of material activities. But hearing Srimad Bhagavatam spoken by a professional reciter cannot actually help us achieve liberation. Krishna Katha is very simple. In Bhagavad Gita, it is said that Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. As he himself explains, Mattah Parataram Nanyat Kinchidasti Dhananjaya. O Arjun, there is no truth superior to me. Simply by understanding this fact, that Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, one become a liberated person. But especially in this age, because people are interested in hearing Bhagavad Gita from unscrupulous persons who depart from the simple presentation of Bhagavad Gita and distort it with it for their personal satisfaction, they fail to derive the real benefit. There are big scholars, politicians, philosophers, and scientists who speak on Bhagavad Gita in their own polluted way, and people in general hear from them, being uninterested in hearing the glories of the Supreme Personality of Godhead from a devotee. A devotee is one who has no other motive for reciting Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam than to serve the Lord. So, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has therefore advised us to hear the glories of the Lord from a realized person. Unless one is personally a realized soul in the science of Krishna consciousness, a neophyte should not approach him to hear about the Lord, for this is strictly forbidden by Srila Sanatana Goswami. So, as Srila Prabhupada has given all the scriptures to us in a very simple language, which as fallen as me can understand, it's really wonderful job he has done for all the people in the world. And I'm so thankful to Srila Prabhupada and all the devotees who have actually brought me to Krishna consciousness. The ocean of mercy, Srila Prabhupada, has given us full package of Krishna consciousness. We can verify our existence living in this material world and performing our prescribed duties. And Srila Prabhupada's books have each and every details how we can go back to Godhead. If Srila Prabhupada have not taken so much pain in teaching us Krishna consciousness, we would still be living animalistic life without realizing the purpose of our human birth. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada. Thank you for saving us from going to the gutters. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Mother. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Jai, thank you. Nitya Priya, I thought you were there. Please, Nitya Priya Mataji, please share a few words or homage or realization. We'd be honored. And your husband, if he's nearby, but please, you could speak for both of you.
Prabhu, I don't feel qualified. I'm just grateful to listen to all of these devotees' offerings and just meditate on Srila Prabhupada and what he's given us. It's just so relishable, and I feel so grateful and fortunate. So I just, I don't have enough words to thank him. I don't think any of us ever will. And I'm just grateful to be here in the Association of Devotees in this wonderful Sangha. Thank you for organizing very much. Haribol.
You're very welcome. That's already saying so much in glorification of Prabhupada. So, and I think everyone feels at least a little bit like you, being unqualified, except me. I don't have that humility, but if and when you'd like to say something, I would encourage you to take the risk.
Thank you very much, Mother. Hare Krishna. Please feel free if you would like to say something as well. As devotees would give the realizations and homages. Yes, who would like to be next? Navrata Mataji, are you free to talk? You give a realization, homages? Or she's
busy, Prabhuji, cooking.
Okay, no problem. What about Pradhan Gopika Mataji? What's the time there now in Perth? Oh, sorry, not Perth. Sydney, no, South Wales, the big lockdown there.
Yes, Hare Krishna Prabhuji. It's just 10:10. I'll do it quickly because I'm also at work right now.
Oh, thank you. Hare Krishna.
Thank you.
Vijay will be off. You'll be off with you?
If that's all right. Keep my camera off.
I just asked. No problem. Please continue.
Okay. Thank you. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharini Nirvisesha Shunyadi Pashtashtarani Jai Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Dear Srila Prabhupada, I'd like to share a small snippet of a Srimad Bhagavatam purport that Amrish Prabhuji had shared as Transcendental Mellows a few years back. So it's called Anxieties in Bhakti, Devotional Service to Lord Krishna by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. As long as one is in conditional life in the material body, it is natural that he will suffer from anxieties and agonies. One cannot avoid the influence of material energy, even when one is on the transcendental plane, spiritual consciousness. Sometimes disturbances come, but the agonies and anxieties of the devotees are at once mitigated when they think of the Supreme Personality of Godhead in His beautiful form or the smiling face of the Lord. The Lord bestows innumerable favors upon His devotee, and the great manifestation of His grace is His smiling face, which is full of compassion for His pure devotees. It's a purport from Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 3, Chapter 28, verse 31. I want to say thank you to Srila Prabhupada for showing us the way of how to avoid influence of material energy. Without you, I would be completely in agony and anxiety. By reading your books and listening to your lectures and stories, I'm able to recognize how the material energy acts and causes anxiety in this world. Today there is one anxiety, and tomorrow there'll be another, and thereafter there'll be another. Although I may never be able to fully rid myself of this material anxiety, I know by associating with your books that this anxiety is temporary. I'm able to increase my tolerance and therefore not get so affected by it. Thank you again, Srila Prabhupada, for showing us the right way. I'm forever indebted unto you, your most insignificant and unqualified servant, Pradhan Gopika Devi Dasi. Thank you very much.
Haribol, Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Very nice. Very nice.
The science of self-realization. Thank you, Mataji. Beautiful.
Prananath Prabhu, would your wife like to speak?
Yes, please, Mother Rasarani. Take the risk. We all would like to hear, even if we don't see you. Mother Rasarani, please.
So I bought her a book last time I was in India. It's called The Art of Spiritual Life, and it's a memoir of Jadharani. And she's been reading that all morning. And she said she can't put it down.
Jai, Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Mother Rasarani, please tell us something you've just read.
Okay, Amananda's asking, can you share something that you've just read?
Or read something to us from it.
Or read something.
Too many wonderful things to read.
She's saying there's too many wonderful things to read. She doesn't know which one to pick.
Many things, like, for example, Jadharani started painting in a Western style, and Prabhupada didn't like that.
Oh.
She was so broken-hearted.
Jadharani started painting in a Western style, and Prabhupada didn't like it, and Jadharani was feeling heartbroken. I don't know if any of you saw, just recently there was a video of Jadharani with the Prime Minister of India, and somebody had left this Krishna art book on his doorstep or something along that lines. So he started reading it, started seeing all these beautiful paintings, and then he told one of his servants to get in touch with the author, who of course was Jadharani. And then I don't know whether she actually met him.
Yeah, she met him.
Yeah, she actually met him, yeah. And because there was also some video, it was like she was talking to him on the phone. But anyway, they had a really nice conversation, and the Prime Minister was very appreciative of ISKCON. He was very appreciative of Jadharani's artwork. And of course, Srila Prabhupada, he was very appreciative of Srila Prabhupada. That's maybe all you're going to get.
Thank you very, very much. I saw a little bit of that video clip of Jadharani and the Prime Minister, very inspiring.
Yeah, it was nice. It was 10.
He was obviously very impressed, very moved, very inspired.
By her artwork.
So what, by her being, and how all the Westerners have taken to Krishna consciousness and appreciating Prabhupada.
Sorry, Amrish.
Yes, no, that's correct. He does a radio show every week or some days. And that's where he communicates to the audience, the whole of country. So that's where he invited her, and the snippets were played. She was not there in the interview, but the interview was taken in the office, and he played those snippets.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Very nice.
All in the
Very
radio. It's big. It's big.
Yeah, beautiful. So every year I say this is my favorite day of the whole year, and it is. And I've just realized after all these years why. I realized that because Krishna is more pleased when we glorify his pure devotee than glorifying him, therefore we're feeling so ecstatic. Krishna is so more pleased than almost anything else we can do, of course, following the instructions and becoming pure and pure devotees ourselves. But this is the way, not just in speech, but in action. Prabhupada said, you should all become gurus. And Lord Chaitanya said, on my order, you become guru. So obviously knowing and talking is essential. At the same time, living it, applying it, doing it, and actually becoming different people, manifesting the full potential of our spiritual being quickly, whether it's gradually or not.
Krishna says that he who says he is my devotee is not my devotee, but he who says he is the devotee of my devotee, he is my devotee.
So that's another realization that took me some time to really click.
Prabhupada is approachable. Prabhupada is relatable. Krishna is inconceivable.
And we get the inconceivable through the Supreme Personality of Servitor Godhead. As much as we follow Prabhupada, then we have access to understanding Krishna as much as he wants us to understand. And Prabhupada, as Prabhupada said to Jamuna, one day you'll understand.
Actually, that pastime is one, it's like a Christian parable, which has a similar theme where the devotee of God or Jesus is walking on the beach with God, and there are two sets of footprints. And then at some point, there's only one set of footprints, and the devotee asks, why did you leave me? And of course he said, no, those are the times I carried you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yes. Amrish Prabhu, anyone else who hasn't spoken?
Yes, sir, that's what I'm thinking now. Tulsi Das Prabhu, if you like to, if you're here with us. We'll wait 10 more seconds.
Hare Krishna.
Wonderful.
Haribol.
Sorry, I'm still a bit new to the Zoom. I have been in the kitchen, so just trying to see how I can get the video working as well. Sorry, I'll just take a little while.
There should be a video icon right there on your screen somewhere. On your phone, if it's a phone, then it might be very small.
Usually it's on the lower left. Oh, now he's just muted himself. Oh, there we go.
No.
It's usually next to the mute or unmute icon, but depends on which device you have. Either way, even if that doesn't work, then please speak.
Just have to speak.
Great.
All right, Hare Krishna, everybody. Om Jnanatimrandasya Gananjana Shalakaya Chakshur Ummilitamena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavad Paschatyadishtarine. I think I can relate to many of you who also feel quite unqualified to speak. And so I won't go into all of the pleasantries of going on about how unqualified I am. But one thing that really did stand out to me was just how grateful I am to be in a community that we have this ability or capability or space to be able to come together and glorify somebody who really deserves so much glorification that we could just go on for hours and hours and hours. And just to see there's so many different facets and ways in which I've just been hearing the glorification of Srila Prabhupada makes it even more enthusing, because it shows us just how unlimited Krishna consciousness really is, how fortunate we have been to have Prabhupada introduce us to this culture of service and of love. And again, like many of us have said, this quote of that Prabhupada has created this house which we can all live in. And I think that's something that is so unique, so amazing, and something that I don't think I'll ever get sick of saying and appreciating that fact. And for us to all be, even through this medium of Zoom, even though we may not be sitting in the same places as each other, we're still able to connect through this sound, through this Shravanam and Kirtanam, and that ultimately nothing can really stop us. We're so fortunate to be living where we're living in our individual situations, to be in a place where we can glorify Krishna, we can glorify Krishna's devotees and his most amazing, most gracious and munificent, most compassionate devotee, His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Srila Prabhupada. And yeah, just for that alone, I feel very, very glad and pleased and happy to be a part of it all. So thank you so much to you all as well as Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna.
Thank you. Thank you for speaking, Tulsi. Very poignant, very meaningful. I really appreciate the point about sound many times, because I do quite a bit of many things online now, more and more. When to speak of this, many devotees think, oh, we don't do that online thing, it's impersonal, for whatever reason. And also I've had the experience that thinking that, oh, I can't have the complete experience of being personally together on like this. And in one sense, it's true. But when I told my mind, okay, thanks for sharing, see you later, and I opened myself to the possibility of what you've just described, Tulsi, that I can have full experience. Now, okay, it's not physical. I can't eat the prasadam through the the screen. But the real experience, I mean, obviously prasadam gives us real experience and purification, but the Shravanam Kirtanam, as you say, the first two and most important essential practices we can do like this. There's no limit. In some ways, I feel like the so-called pandemic is a blessing. And I want to encourage devotees, maybe you know many or people who think, oh, for whatever reason, they don't want to do the online thing. My experience is that there is no limitation unless we allow it to be unless we allow ourselves to be limited, unless we choose to listen to that crazy mind or whatever, our excuses, our anarthas, instead of Krishna and Prabhupada and the transcendental facts, the reality of the pure reality of transcendental science. There's no limit. There's nothing material can limit it. So thank you, Tulsi, inspiring me.
Yes, that's true. And even I think there's one memory of Srila Prabhupada by a disciple where he remembered that Prabhupada were about to sit on the Vyasasan. Prabhupada sat on the Vyasasan, and the devotee had the recording of Srila Prabhupada's Jai Radha Madhava Kirtan. So Prabhupada said, now you start this Kirtan on the recorder. And that was put on the microphone. And the whole Jai Radha Madhava was sung, and the devotees sang in chorus, Prabhupada singing in chorus, but recording, Prabhupada singing, recording, and Prabhupada. And at the end of the whole Jai Radha Madhava, Prabhupada said, see, no difference. It stuck with me.
He also used tape recordings for sharing Gayatri Mantra with certain individuals who couldn't have it personally. They didn't have phone or internet or whatever.
Yes, and online, if we did not have online, we would not have this young lady here sitting in the middle of the night in India, joining us and getting trained up, and so many others as well who are not here from other parts, and even on YouTube here. So, well, for us, whatever you call me a demon, we love it. Get us more, just Haribo.
Prabhupada talks about war sometimes. The same Delhi time he smashed a reporter who was saying, and at the moment when they started the interview, the sirens went off because at that time Pakistan, I think, had declared war on India or vice versa, and they had blackouts. And someone shouted blackout, blackout, because they were worried about bombings or whatever. And the reporter was saying, this is national crisis, international emergency. My question is, how can we deal with it? And Prabhupada kept bringing him back to Krishna consciousness. You're always in anxiety. It's always crisis. Pandemic, no pandemic. It's always. Prabhupada says Maharaj Pariksit knew that he had 7 days to live. We don't know if we have 7 seconds to live. It's always emergency. So I may not realize that. I may not be in that mood of urgency, but that's the reality. So let's put things, Prabhupada put this a reporter. The reporter kept challenging and coming back. Prabhupada just made it clear again and again. And just in the end, the reporter couldn't say anything. And Prabhupada said, I think it's either Bhagavatam or in that situation, Prabhupada actually said, devotee sees the bomb falling and he thinks, oh, Krishna is sending the bombs. It's time for me to die, time for me to leave my body. So whether I get COVID or not, maybe I'll be more ready if I get it. And yet people are creating fear. I'm not minimizing that. Yeah, people are trying to control. But we know, Prabhupada says again and again, the Rakshasas, they're in charge. They have the power. They're in charge now. And they're creating fear to control people. Yes, we know that. We don't want to downplay it. And it may encourage us to be, as a negative impetus, to be more committed and active in preaching Krishna consciousness. So we ourselves become free from the domination of that fear. Fear is there, but we don't have to be controlled by it. And we can help other people, like Chris was saying, like Mataji was saying. Yes, I know I'll feel anxiety, but now I can tolerate that. It's not so disturbing because we have the science of becoming transcendental to these things. We don't have to be in anxiety or controlled by the anxiety. What the speaker argue about what's right or wrong in terms of the worldly situation. That's my outlook. Now we have about 30 seconds left for Amrish Prabhu to say as much as he wants.
Jai Srila Prabhupada.
Hare
Hare Krishna. So I've quickly made some few points, so that I could be very, very quick. We are half an hour above our time, so it's 12:30. Please excuse us for this. Srila Prabhupada's glorification cannot be reduced. We tried our best with my demonic tendency. It can't go beyond this. Krishna would kill me otherwise, without any mercy. So there are some people viewing us and with us on YouTube. Sorry, before I start, would any one of them would like to say something? The same links which have gone here, you can come on Zoom as well and say, or you can type something. Please feel free. You can do that, and I can read your offering, or you can come on Zoom and speak. It's entirely up to you. Hare Krishna.
Can you see who they are, Amrish?
No.
No. Okay. Okay.
Okay. So we'll wait for about 10 more seconds in case if there's something come up, if any notes or writing or comments. Otherwise, then I'll give my homages and we'll do Guru Puja. The program will be culminated. Oh, last 10 seconds, God Tulsi Prabhu come back. So I'm hoping somebody from there would come. All right, 10 more seconds then. Hare Krishna. Okay. All right, Hare Krishna. So I'll be the last, because always the verse is the last, and that's always very difficult because sometimes people remember the last more than the first, So I'll be very, very quick, very brief. Thank you very much. Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Mahavishnu Goswami Niti Namine. Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gaurvani Pachayane Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashata Dishtarine. Jai Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Srila Prabhupada's 125th Transcendental Vyasapuja Mahotsav Ki Jai. Thank you very, very much to all of you, wonderful devotees, for your kind association, your blessings. Association is actually blessings, where devotees give their time, the ear, also their thoughts, which is normally not given. So thank you very much to all of you. As far as I'm concerned, I've written some points. I'll just quickly rattle through the points. I feel very, very lucky. I wouldn't very, but I'm very, very lucky to meet Srila Prabhupada every day. When I open Srila Prabhupada's books every day. Lucky because I personally feel that Prabhupada has written whatever Prabhupada has written in every book, every sentence, every word, Prabhupada talking to me directly. All I have to do is open Srila Prabhupada's scriptures and study, and everything is interesting. Make notes, underline, put points, what I'm going to speak, how it's going to affect me, what Prabhupada is saying. So, because of Srila Prabhupada, I've got also my Guru Maharaj in my life, all the devotees in my life. So I'm very, very lucky. I consider myself to be extremely lucky. And Prabhupada are very much alive. in Prabhupada's books, true to Prabhupada's words. At the same time, every day, this obliges me to sing a stotram. I'm sure many of you would know about Srila Prabhupada's stotram, prayers to Srila Prabhupada. Do anyone know about this stotram? The 5 stanzas of prayer. Yes, Pranana Prabhu had sent it to me. That's what I got to know about this. So that prayers I read and pray every day. This helps me considerably. So with your kind permission, I would like to quickly read, chant these prayers of 5 stotram. Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gaur Vani Pasarine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashatade Sarine. Krishnai Kacheta Madamoha Vinashakarin Madadrushti Gochara Prabhupada Swamin Dosha Bhivrutti Paridushita Manda Buddhe Sanchintayami Charano Tava Bhakti Hetoho Vrundavane Ramanareti Prasiddha Bhumau Tatrapi Krishna Balarama Supada Mule Gnanam Param Krishna Sudharmati Uktam Dantashtu Deva Prabhupada Namo Namaste 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 Kripa Purna Drushti Namaste Namaste Mahananda Dhatri Namamo Namamah Punar Raksha Raksha Prasiddha Prabho Pahi Mam Daksha Daksha Bhakti Siddhanta Shishyaya Bhakti Vedanta Swamin Namine Prasannaya Prashantaya Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Vanga Bhumi Janabhushana Gaura Leela Gauranga Bhava Parisarana Matra Shila Radha Madhava Pad Padma Mano Vilasin Ananda Rashi Prabhupada Namo Namaste Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. So this, I can read the translation as well. O Lord, I offer my respectful obeisances unto His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, who is very dear to Lord Krishna, having taken shelter at His divine lotus feet. Our respectful obeisances are unto you. O Lord of Prabhupada, may you always be the object of my vision. Only the name of Krishna can destroy my pride and illusion. Although my mind and intelligence are contaminated by wicked inclinations, I nevertheless take shelter of your divine grace in constant meditation upon your divine lotus feet in causeless devotion. In the most holy land of Vrindavan, in Ramanreti, at the lotus feet of Sri Krishna Balaram, you are preaching the message of Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is the fountainhead of religion. O Master of the senses, O my Lord Srila Prabhupada, let me offer my obeisances unto you. I offer my obeisances unto the spiritual master of the entire world, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, whose glances are full of mercy and is the bestower of transcendental bliss. O renowned Lord, protect me and kindly show your compassion on me again and again. I offer my obeisances unto the spiritual master, unto my spiritual master, who is a disciple of Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, who is always calm and joyful, and who is known by the name of Bhaktivedanta Swami. The land of Bengal is worshippable by the whole world because Sri Gauranga Mahaprabhu performed his pastimes there. I offer my respectful obeisances unto my divine master, who is full of bliss. He is always in the ecstasy of Lord Gauranga and is therefore immersed in the ecstasy of Shri Radha Madhav. Jai Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. So this particular stotram, in case if you want to know more how it came about, in 1976-77, into the early 1980s, devotees used to chant these prayers to Srila Prabhupada, which he asked us to do, and then it stopped. Why? Nobody knows. So this Prabhupada Stotram was composed by a disciple known as Anantaram Shastri. Anantaram Shastri was a disciple of Srila Prabhupada. He used to travel with Srila Prabhupada in India and was in his Sanskrit department assisting Srila Prabhupada in translation work. He compiled 5 shlokas which describes much of Srila Prabhupada's divine character and his divine mission also. Srila Prabhupada very much liked these 5 shlokas. We used to sing them every morning before Guru Puja and by his Vyasa son. So some of you may remember them. This is in the diary of, I'll give you, this was, this is noted in Harishori's, Srila Prabhupada, he said, Harishori Prabhu writes this, that Srila Prabhupada sat and smiled broadly as the boys burst out at the end with enthusiastic cries of Jai Srila Prabhupada, Prabhupada ki Jai. He is very pleased that Yashodanandan Swami has taken seriously his instructions to train the boys in the chanting of the mantras. And this first product of his efforts is now a wonderful addition to the daily temple program. Many of the other devotees have learned the verses and everyone loves hearing, and the vibrations resound transcendently throughout the atmosphere in glorification of Krishna's pure devotee. This from a Transcendental Diary, Volume 5 by Harishori Das. And Prabhupada said you must chant this mantra. So somehow or other, I think I can give the date also when Pranath Prabhu gave it to me. I think he sent it to me on the sent it to me at when was this? On the 1st of June 2020. He sent it to me at 9:05 a.m. and I started to recite this at 11:23 or 24 a.m. onwards daily after that. Jai, Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. Thank you very much, Prabhuji. So I like to keep these things. This is how I am. Anything important, this changed my life. Okay, I've taken a lot of time on this. So when I read Srila Prabhupada's books, I find that the whole civilization comes and talks to me. Prabhupada brings the whole Vedic civilization. That is very, very inspiring. I think that is something Atmaru has given in. Okay, there's a stotram on the link which you have given. Yes, Prabhu, thank you very much. Right. So now something very personally, I wanted to share this. I share every year that if you have any devotional desires which wants to be fulfilled, then today is a day to pray to Srila Prabhupada. It is mentioned that great devotees and authorities, they are very merciful anyways, Dina Dayal and Dina Anukampana. But especially on the appearance day, they are very, very merciful. So my personal realization is this, that if one really wants something for devotional service, then today is a day to pray to Srila Prabhupada in association and the audience of devotees. It has always worked for me, right from online preaching program to in 2019, I prayed for the personal home programs, which has happened as a reality, where devotees are doing personal home programs in so many people's homes, where they can't come to us or to the temple or wherever. They're cultivating and making devotees. Also, in 2020, by the extreme college mercy of Srila Prabhupada, miracles happened. And I've seen miracles happening in preaching all the time. And this was when, just by my discussion in one of our camps, I requested devotees to say, we should have a center of our own. And Avinash Krishna Prabhu, along with his good wife, Saraswati Mataji, donated their whole house for us to use as a center. So which we are using as a Hare Krishna weekend center with Sandipani Muni Ashram, which some of you have come and blessed. So thank you very much to them. And
is that the one in Glen Eden?
Yes, in Glen Eden, that's right.
Wow. So hopefully soon we'll be able to personally go there as well.
Yes, 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 absolutely. So thanks to them very much. I know I'm embracing them, Avinash Krishna Prabhu and his good wife, Saraswati Matari. Thanks to all of you, both of you. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. So I was thinking out loud for devotees who are present here that, yes, we have met online and we are associating today. We'll have prasadam individually, but we all want to associate together, glorify Srila Prabhupada. So when the lockdowns are over, when the weathers are going to be good after this summer season, spring season, we should do a remembrance program in the center, of the like-minded devotees. And Radhikatma Prabhu, whose prasadam for Prabhupada's appearance day we all miss, we can all have that prasadam very nicely, honor prasadam together, glorifying Srila Prabhupada. Is this right? We want to agree? Yeah? Hari Bol. Srila Prabhupada ki Jai.
Jai.
Wonderful, wonderful.
I can't wait. I also wanted to appreciate you, Ambrish, again, not only for organizing this, but taking a real stand for your understanding, our understanding of how best to serve Prabhupada. Because what you're doing now can be considered a little revolutionary or independent or whatever, but I think the happiness and the realization that we're getting, at least for me, makes it very clear that this is Prabhupada in the center, and he's very pleased. We don't have to minimize others. We don't have to criticize. You at the same time, we need to be assertive and confident, and not, on the one hand, give into something which we're not sure about, or we have doubts about, or should be questioned, but also not rant and rail against those who we think aren't doing it the right way. Either way, for me, it's Maya. So, but to be assertive, not passive, in the mode of ignorance, not aggressive in the mode of passion, but sattvic in the mode of being clear, being convinced, and being solid so much, and sharing that with others who want to hear it. So I encourage everyone to consider that. And I mean, you probably already understand that. Otherwise, you maybe wouldn't be here. And I think there are many devotees who would be here if they weren't cowed or giving into passivity or whatever, or even into railing against whoever, whatever. So please share this with anyone, this recording. I think everyone who hears it will be very enlivened. I certainly am. And spread the good news around. Thank you again. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
And to your wonderful family, Ambarish.
Thank you. Thank you, Prabhuji. Thank you very much for kind words and encouragement. It means a lot. Just all this strength is from reading Srila Prabhupada's books, nothing else, original books. As Prabhupada writes, that's what we do. Thank you very much, Hare Krishna. And I'd like to conclude my realization, my homage, with just one thing. This year, so we have had Festival of Krishna's, prasad distribution happening, personal home programs happening. We have a center which is continuing all this. So for this year and 2021, 2022, my prayer to Srila Prabhupada is that please bless us, Srila Prabhupada. We want to start, although we started a little bit, and then the lockdown began. So it is perfect. The Yuga Dharma Kirtans programs, where the holy names is going to reach, is going to change people's hearts. So this is what I want to, and if you feel right, Prabhupada, then please give me and us the strength so we can inaugurate and start this Yuga Dharma Kirtan programs where devotees will come and sing the holy name, and at the same time, without much difficulty, we can invite others who do not know about Krishna and don't know about Krishna. They can be invited too and sing with us. And there we will see if we can grow them into other devotees with philosophy. We can do that as well. We have all the structure in place, Srila Prabhupada, by except God His mercy. This one thing, if you feel right, please bless us so we can do so. Your insignificant servant, Das Anudas, unqualified as I am, Ambarish Das. Hare Krishna. Thank you very much. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Srila Prabhupada.
I've taken on a huge stretch in my life to facilitate, present, and serve through a 3-day seminar at the end of October, which in Vedic terms is applied Shravanam Kirtanam, to present Prabhupada's principles in a way that anyone, including those who aren't interested, aren't ready to directly chant or on that level of surrender, but who are thoughtfully looking for ways to use their ability to speak, to hear, to become self-realized. So anyone who's interested, please contact me. It'll be the 29th, 30th, and 31st of October, that weekend. And I'd be glad to share with you about how we can not only use these spiritually based life skills to improve our own relationship with ourselves, with others, and Krishna, and especially to bring other people who aren't yet ready. 99% of the world, maybe, or the population of New Zealand, who have not been inspired or convinced yet to even take part in chanting. I mean, in some ways, that's a fairly high level. Whatever, that's another discussion, but especially for people who they want to improve their lives, and we can assist them to do that, connecting them with Prabhupada and Krishna, even though we don't talk very much about Prabhupada and Krishna. It's all there. Prabhupada's given us the possibility and the instruction to find ingenious ways to engage people. So I'm very blessed to have the association of Dear Govinda Prabhu and Mother Malini, based in Florida, Sattva Institute, to be able to learn and share this myself now. We've had the seminars in New Zealand twice now, and this time I'll be presenting. So please pray for me, and praying to Prabhupada, especially today, as you say, Amarish Prabhu, to give me the potency to be the transparent via medium in that way. Hare Krishna. All glories to His divine grace. Srila Prabhupada.
Thank you very much, Prabhuji. Hare Krishna. It's so nice. We wish you all the success, and let's see if we can work together, And I also want to invite and inform all devotees, if you are musically inclined and if you like to join, it's very simple. We have a structure in place, very not complicated. And what we do, even that itself is good enough for people, inviting people. It's just a platform where we sing, even we practice, we invite people to come, they sing and they enjoy. If impersonalists can do, then why can't we? Yuga Dharma, we are the soldiers of Srila Prabhupada if we call ourselves devotees. Why not? So thank you very much, wonderful devotees. So we come to now the concluding part of today's program. And we will have Guru Puja sung by Prananath Prabhu. So are we ready, Prabhuji, Prananath Prabhu?
Hare Krishna, Prabhu.
Yes, wonderful. So what we'll do is we'll mute ourselves. Prabhuji will sing, and there will be a response as well from his good wife. So we can also sit and we can give a response muted with him on this.
Good wife is taking prasad.
Okay. Oh, we've got Avinash Prabhu's granddaughter here. Hare Krishna.
But Prabhu, I'd like to sing. Forgive me. I'd like to sing the Gurvastakam.
Okay.
It's also prayers to the spiritual master. My personal want to sing this is because I haven't been to Mongolia, as you probably know, for, I don't know, 3 or 4 months. And I just really like to sing this prayer for Prabhupada today. Is that all right? Okay. Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Namaste Sarasvati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Kanyavari Paschachare Sakarine Namaste Sarasvati Devi Gauravani
Praptasya kayana gunanavasya Vande Guru Sri Padanaravinda Praptasya kayana gunanavasya Vande Guru Sri Padanaravinda Mahaprabhu Kirtana Nitya Gita Varitramadyan Manasurasena Mahakirtana Nityagita Varitramadyan Manasurasena Romanchakalam Pasrutarangabhaja Vande Guru Sri Padanaravinda Ramanchakam Parasutarangabhaja Vande Guru Sri Padanaravinda Sri Vigrahara Dhananityanana Sringaripalmandiramajanado Dhananityanana Sringaripalmandiramajanado Tasya Bhaktam Shanindati Vande Guru Sri Charanaravinda Bhaktam Shanindati Vande Guru Sri Charanaravinda Chaturvidha Sri Bhagavatam Swadmangatritan Haribhaktasangan Chaturvidha Sri Bhagavatam Swadmangatritan Haribhaktasangan Hridvaiva Tritin Bhajata Sadaiva Vande Guru Sri Harinaravinda Hridvaiva Tritin Bhajata Sadaiva Vande Guru Sri Harinaravinda Sri Radhika Madhavayodakara Madhujela Gunarupamana Saripama Bhavayodakara Madhujela Gunarupamana Vande Guru Sri Padanaravinda Pratikshana Swadharupasya Nikunja Jiva Vatikansidha Jaya Lebe Jukira Pataniya Nikunja Jiva Vatikalisidha Jaya Lebe Jukira Pataniya Tatrati Daksha Ativaladasya Vande Guru Sri Charanaravinda Tatrati Daksha Ativaladasya Vande Guru Sri Charanaravinda Satchagurve Asamasasastai Riptastata Bhavyataiva Sadhi Satchagurve Asamasasastai Riptastata Bhavyataiva Sadhi Kintu Prabhoya Priya eva tasya vande guru Sri Into Prabhupada Priya eva tasya vande guru Sri Yasya prasada Bhagavat prasado Yasya prasada Nagati kutopi Bhagavat prasada Yasya prasada Nagati kutopi Dayam stivam stasya Vande Guru Sri Jayam Stivam Stasya Vande Guru Sri Vande Guru Sri Charanaravinda Vande Guru Sri Charanaravinda Vande Guru Sri Charanaravinda Vande Guru Sri Prabhupada 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 Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jayam Vishnupada Paramahamsa Parivrajikacharya Astu Tarasara Sri Srimad His Divine Grace Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Ananda Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai
Jai.
Ramacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai
Jai.
Prem Sekaho Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Sri Vasari Gaura Bhaktivinoda Ki Jai
Jai.
Sri Sri Radha Krishna Gopinath Radhakund Shamakund Giri Govardhan Ki Jai Rajabhumi Vrindavadam Ki Jai Sri Navadvip Mayapodam Ki Jai Gangamaya
Jai.
Jamunamaya Ki Jai Bhakti Devi Tulsi Devi Ki Jai
Jai.
Samaveda Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai
Jai.
Go to Premanandi.
Hare Hare Bol.
All glories to the assembled devotees.
Hare Krishna.
All glories to the assembled devotees.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Prabhu. Maybe if there's time and anyone wants to stay, you could sing the
Namaste Saraswati Devi.
I don't know if there's time or if anyone wants to stay, but you could sing the Shri Guru Charana Padma song as well. Somehow, just the last minute, your video, your volume went right up on my machine. Nothing to do with my machine, but now Pranath, your video's frozen, so maybe it's my video. Ambrish Prabhu, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I think he's disconnected now. He's frozen. His screen is frozen.
Yes, okay. Just, I don't know, because I was thinking you could sing both songs, but it's getting late, I know. And just one thing I wanted to say, because as you mentioned, we had a message from Buddhimant who had to go to the hospital. Now, I was wondering, because I didn't know he was going. I'm here in Whangarei. He responded to me, he said, Hare Krishna, I'm at the hospital now. They were just wanting to do some tests on my heart. So I didn't know anything about that. So I'm asking him, I'm going to call him in a minute. He says, I can connect to Zoom meeting, but can't get any audio for some reason. Then I encouraged him to do what you, Ambrish, and I had suggested he do, but he hasn't got back to me. And then, well, I asked him, he said, He said, yes, they are checking my heart for impersonalism and selfish desires. And I responded, you can probably give them a better report than they ever could. I hope you'll enlighten them at least about the possibility that such a science not only exists, but it may offer solutions to all challenges. Please call me after 12 when you can. I encouraged him again to speak, but he didn't get back, and obviously he didn't speak at all. So maybe everyone can say a prayer. I mean, maybe it's not serious, but usually if someone wants to check your heart, that's pretty serious.
Yes, I didn't know. Did you know about this at all, or?
No, I had no clue. I didn't even know he was going to the hospital. I didn't even know there was any question of testing his heart. So I don't know if it's recent or if he's been quiet about something that's been going on for a while, or I'll find out. I'll be calling him very soon and see if I can talk to him, because he said he might be there for a while. He might be there at the hospital for a while. So who knows? Maybe it's just a waiting time to see someone to get the test. I don't know.
Yes. Okay. Well,
sorry, there I lost connection somehow.
Yes.
You just finished your prayers and Krishna cut it off. I was going to suggest, as I suggested before, that you sing the second song, but we're going way over time, and I'm not expecting everyone to stay. But if you wanted to sing and anyone else wanted to stay, even without video, and because I'm going to be making an offering, and I won't be on video on the video, but I'll be with you.
Prabhu, can you sing, Jain? Just very quickly, just short. We can sing and then very short Hare Krishna after that, and then we can finish today's program, Prabhu.
Sorry, who are you talking to there, Prabhu?
You, Prabhu, yourself.
So what are you saying? You want
Guru Puja? Just sing Guru Puja, and then the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra shortly after that, and we can then finish, today's program.
Oh, so you want to? Okay.
And I'm not suggesting anyone stay who doesn't want to or needs to go or have prasadam or do whatever, but I'll be staying. And Pranav, I don't know if you heard my point or saw in chat that your volume seems very low, at least on my machine. I've got my machine on max, and still right when you were during your saying the pranam prayers, Premadwani prayers, your volume came up again. So maybe it's your system. I don't know. Just please keep it. It sounds better now. So just maybe.
I'm using my phone now.
Oh, okay.
Before I was using my laptop, but you had my headphone on, so.
Yeah, it's probably the headphones. I don't know.
Okay, I've got my headphone on and using my phone. The computer just, like you say, it just quit. All right, so you want to sing Sri Guru Vandana?
Yeah, Sri Guru Charana Padma. Yes.
Yeah.
Guru Puja.
Okay. Guru Puja. I'm just going to clap my hands to it.
Great.
Sri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma Sri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma Bando Mui Savadhanam Mate Bando Mui Savadhanam Mate Jahara Prasade Bhai E Bhavatori Ajai Jahara Prasade Bhai E Bhavatori Ajai Krishna Prapti Hoy Jaha Hate Krishna Prapti Hoy Jaha Hate Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chite Te Koriya Kya Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chitete Koriya Anakori Homane Asha Anakori Homane Asha Shri Guru Charane Rati Ese Uttama Gati Shri Guru Charane Rati Ese Uttama Gati Che Prasade Pure Sava Asha Che Prasade Pure Sava Chakudandilo je janme janme Prabhu se Chakudandilo je janme janme Prabhu se Divya Gyan Hire Prokasito Divya Gyan Hire Prokasito Prema Bhakti Jaha Hoite Avidya Vinasajate Prema Bhakti Jaha Hoite Avidya Vinasajate Verigai Jahara Charita Verigai Jahara Charita Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adhama Janara Bandhu Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adhama Janara Bandhu Lokanath Lokera Jivana Lokanath Lokera Jivana Ha ha Prabhu Koro Doya Deho More Parachaya Ha Prabhu Koro Doya Deho More Parachaya Ha ha Prabhu Koro Doya Deho More Parachaya Ha Prabhu Koro Doya Deho More Parachaya Eve Jasa Gusutre Bhavana Eve Jasa Gusutre Bhavana Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Prabhupada Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada.
Okay,
Oh, sorry?
just few Hare Krishnas and then we can finish.
Oh, okay. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Gora Hare Gora, Hare Gora Hare Gora, Hare Gora, Nitya Gora Hare Gora, Hare Gora,
Gora Hari Bol, Jai Gora Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Jai, Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. Srila Prabhupada introduced Transcendental Vyasapuja Mahotsav ki Jai.
Jai.
Jai God Chandra Premanande Hari Hari Bol.
Hari Hari Bol.
Thank you very much, Prabhuji, for singing Hari Bol. And thank you very much to all the wonderful devotees who joined us here on Zoom as well as on YouTube. All what we have discussed is now recorded on YouTube. You can visit it again. It's very, very inspiring. And till the time we meet again, chant Hare Krishna and be happy, as Srila Prabhupada would say. It's the biggest mantra. Hare Krishna. Thank you very much.
Hare Krishna, thank you all.
Hare Krishna, thank you very much.
Sadhu Sangha ki jai.
Hare
Srila Prabhupada ki. Gaur Premanandi.
Hare Hare Bol.
Yes. Hare Krishna. Thank you, Prabhuji. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji.
Hari Bol, Hari Bol.